one on forever. Yuppie 52-month streak with Prime. Welcome back. Welcome back, Green Cat. Hope you had a great vacation.
Oh, haha. Hi. Whoa, whoa. Computer. Bitrate's punishing me. Hi, I'm back. Yippee! It should not be lagging. I don't know why it's lagging. But I don't know. Bitrate drops. I'm being punished. Whoa, who are you? I know. Who? What the? Their side? No, I don't think it was their side. It was, I saw it on my own screen, so it was on my side for some reason. Probably the computer waking up from not being on for 2 weeks. But I'm back, hi!
I have 52-month subscription to girl_.
Hoy from Germany, hello.
52. I want to make it 53.
Wow, yeah, make 53.
How will I do this?
How will you?
Tell me. How? How will I do this?
Oh, text to speech.
Yaycat is back.
Thank you. Oh my god, sad. Thank you. What the heck? Thank you. Also, Electro, thanks for being an acolyte for 30 months. I know that on YouTube side I've missed a couple of you for memberships. Colonel, thanks for 29 months of being a drudge. How's your sanity, Electrode?
54 yen. But then I changed my mind, yen. Thankfully she's till hecking gone, yen. So I still have more time to think of a message, yen.
Oh, that was lazy. Okay.
Oh heck, there she is, yen.
I got to meet Lazy in person.
Girldom speed, girldom speed, two girldom speed,
and Kira.
Girldom speed, girldom speed,
and Kira lied to me about Lazy. Kira was like, Lazy is actually shorter than you, or about your height. And I was like,
wow, 40 months.
No way. That would make so much sense.
That's as many as for tens.
That he's also a fellow condensed evil gremlin? No.
Hope you enjoyed your
no,
time
he's a good head taller than me. What? No, Lazy's tall. Yeah, Kira lied to me.
Hope you had fun. I have a horse named Mayo and mayonnaise.
Wow, horse named Mayo. Oh, true. Okay, good one. Good one, Jay. Good one.
Hope the trip was fun.
Sounds like Kira. Sounds like Kira. He feels tiny though. Kira, I have no idea what you're talking about. But also, Lazy bought me drugs, and that was great. Oh, Heavenly, thanks for 43 months. Hi. IRL Lazy? I know. Well, that's not say. Okay, listen. All right. Dark Flame, thank you for being a drudge for 2 years, 24 months. There's a whole bunch of people there hitting a whole bunch of months and things. 30 months, that's as many as 3 10s. Truth, Eric. Thanks for being a minion on YouTube for 30 months. Yay! Drugs? Yes. Yeah, Lazy brought me so many drugs. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. And I will also say that there was a very funny moment in time. You'll have to stick around to actually like listen to all the yapping in the stream because it's like preview moment. Okay, so Lazy gave me a bunch of drugs. All right. Choco Jax does meth and tried to pee in me. Pint
he didn't leave US.
Yearns for history despite living in Britain. And Graveweaver is a source of inexhaustible energy
for years.
Until she hits the wall.
Streams, games, cursed knowledge endured. Hope trip to the woods was lovely and lots of treats for whiskey. Does this mean I get veteran benefits?
And you made merch about Choco Jax's attempt. I did. I did. I know some of you don't have the Twitter because you are mentally sound and have better things to spend your time on. Good job. or Blue Sky. So I was posting pictures and such. I know on YouTube side I did share a couple of them, but I'll share more stuff for everyone. Full girl DM for the week. Back next Thursday. See you later, Heavenly. I would say that pretty much the only downside, well, the two downsides to the trip were, I discovered three downsides. Okay, three downsides to the trip were, I discovered that I am horribly allergic to some kind of pollen that's in Germany. And due to that, I couldn't really have much beer because I was taking medicine pretty much the entire time, and you should not be having alcohol while you are on medication, so I didn't want to make myself, like, sick from that, so not a lot of beer, unfortunately. And Frankfurt sucks. I did have some, but and Frankfurt sucks, that's the other. The air was literally so thick with pollen, it was like chemical warfare. Yes.
The stream has started. Sounds of DM and the air chatters are content.
It was fantastic. The airport of the city, yes. Yeah, no notes on Frankfurt, yeah. No, there are people like, oh no, there's parts of Frankfurt. No, people in Frankfurt are not nice either. I was planning to go to Frankfurt late summer, rip. Okay, the other thing about Frankfurt, some people may get offended during the stream. I am going to preface with this, because there are some things that are bit blasé that I might be saying, but please remember that I have German heritage. So I am permitted to to poke some fun at Germany, okay? So Frankfurt, the other reason why Frankfurt kind of sucks, for a historical reason, is that it's kind of like going to Disneyland, okay? All of the buildings are constructed to evoke historical feelings, but for some reason, most of the buildings in Frankfurt were built in 1949. Including the town center area, which for some reason disappeared in 1944. And when they decided to rebuild it, they decided to go with the more historical variant of how, like, the old town marketplace was, because even apparently in the 1930s Frankfurt, the Frankfurters were like, actually our market area sucks because of the buildings. So for some reason, it was really funny. Grave and I kept going through, like, any of the historical, like major city locations, right? We would go through them. Same for Japan, except for Kyoto. No, Nagoya is also, like, has plenty of historical stuff. Okay, but for some reason, yeah, me and Grave kept on going through museums, and they would have, like, English sections on it, and they would have, like, timelines, and it'd be like, built in this time period, this happened, and then it was, like, destroyed in 1944, and me and Grave were like, gee, I wonder what happened then. That's crazy. Oh, rebuilt in 1949, okay. Weird how extremely unexplained disasters keep happening in the 40s, except for the late 1800s and the French blowing up stuff. All right? Because there might be some ruins that you're like, ooh, I know what happened here. No, it was the French in the 1800s. We did nothing. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. I have the proof. I have the evidence. I took photos. I did things. You should see all the bridges near the French border. Oh, my goodness. Hi, DM. Can't wait to see your IO campaign. Is it pronounced IO? Everything I've been seeing with it so far has just been reading. We did have a bit of a chat session on it, but Captain, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Orbital Space Raid. Hello. Yeah. The French really liked cannons. Oh, yes, they did. I bet Whiskey went bonkers when you returned home. He did. He was very beepy. He was very happy. It is IO? Okay, cool. So the streamed session 0 is next week, yes. So yeah, I'm going to be in a campaign, Dungeons and Dragons campaign, with Brett as our DM. And the members of the campaign are going to be Juniper over Easy Eggs, and I'm blanking on the name right now because I am still a bit jet lagged. Let me find where it is. Fleshy, that's who, Fleshy. You're part of the new IO campaign. Yes, I'm part of the new IO campaign. So we did do a private session 0 where we sorted out our characters. The public session 0, I believe, will be to introduce all of you to the characters and everything. Why were you in Frankfurt when Dokumi was in Dortmund? Because it was a Germany trip. I want other places too. Do you get a preview of your character? During session 0 you will, which I think session 0 is next week. Let me double check. Juniper the Moth? Yes, Juniper the Moth. Yeah, it's going to be next Monday. Will be the public session 0. DM was sneaking around Dokumi? I was. Is this the campaign where you shouldn't be too attached to your character? I really like my character. I'm not playing an idiot this time. The last 2 times that I've done any type of tabletop RPG that you have been witness to, I've been playing idiots. So we had Bobathy, my hapless crit failing barbarian. Dumb characters get boring sometimes. I like doing dumb characters if it's going to be a one-shot. Like, if I know it's going to be just like a couple hours, I would rather play an idiot than try to play a character that's got like lore. Because if the one-shot's gonna be, if it's gonna be less than 5 hours, and we have like 3 to 4 players, we're not gonna have enough time for me to get into dark backstory or anything like that, you know? So yeah, no Bobathy, and no Risk It Butterpaws. Risk It Butterpaws was the cat pirate RPG one that was Risk It Butterpaws, who had, I don't remember how many exes he has, but he's had like kittens with like 20 other dames so far, and he likes one of them, so he was trying to get his life back on track, but he's addicted to gambling, drugs, and alcohol. So I don't know if Risk It Butterpaws is ever going to have a redemption arc, but he tries. What about the cat that wants to be a better father? Yeah, that's Risk It Butterpaws. 3 addictions is rough. Yeah, it's hard, you know? It's better to play an idiot than do what my friend does, overcomplicate his character, get lost playing him, and get sad. Yeah, get lost in playing. Yeah, so this one is going to be, I think we have it scheduled, let's see, 1, 2... We have a couple of sessions scheduled for it, so this one should be a little bit more time, and I know that Brett and the other players in the game are going to be very knowledgeable, so I'm hoping that everyone will have chances to have their story stuff. So yes, I hope you look forward to meeting
many a tales and
to meeting my character next Monday for that. Trust me, Brett is very good at DMing. Yes, I've been very excited. So, some backstory. Brett and I have been in discussions for like D&D campaigns where I am present for like the past at least 2 years. Did I hear you were playing with World of IO? Yes. Yes, I'm going to be in the next campaign. There's a teaser video that is up on their YouTube, I believe. Yeah, next Monday is going to be session 0. Was it because of your name? No. No. I think I actually like talked with Brett about it because yeah. I'm really excited for the people you're playing with. Should be a great dynamic. Yeah, it should be great. At what time? Monday! Session 0 in my calendar, I believe it's at 2 p.m. Pacific. So plus 4 hours, plus 3.5-ish hours from the current time. Next Monday is when it's going to be the first session. Who are the other players? Juniper, Fleshy, and Eggs. You'll ping us hopefully, right? Yes, I'll ping. What's on the agenda today? Recapping the Germany trip. No, Ben. And also, let's give Ben a round of applause for surviving probably the worst time zone difference between us. We missed 2 anime nights. Pretty much what would happen is I would wake up and Ben would be awake, and then he would go to bed like a couple of hours afterwards. And then yeah, it was not, there was like no overlap. We couldn't even call because I was walking like 20K steps per day. The Germany trip, so we were in Germany for like 10 or 11 days. And the total distance walked for that 10 days was 125 kilometers, which is 77 miles. So, I was pretty much, Grave and I were roommates for the entire time. And Grave is like my perfect travel adventure. We have like the exact same kind of mentality for traveling, for like doing trips and stuff, which was, we are on a trip. It was expensive to get here. It required being on a plane for a bajillion hours, right? Oh my God, they were roommates. We were. So during the daytime when we were awake, we are both up early. Adam, I think we had breakfast at most of the time was 7 a.m. each day. And then bedtime is like between 10 and 11 p.m. And then we just sleep, wake up, do it again. Who's Watson and who's Sherlock between you two? Not gonna lie, I feel like both of us are just Sherlock. So Choco Jax and Pint were roommates, and Grave and I were roommates for the first portion of the trip. Because Grave had asked me, she was like, hey, so Pint and Choco are going to be leaving earlier. Would you be down to stay for another like 4 days, 3 or 4 days, to do more German exploration stuff? And I was like, hell yeah, let's go. So it was really funny because like the first like 2/3 of the trip, we had Pint and Choco Jax, and both of them just, they're endearing chatterboxes. The light party was crazy efficient. Yeah, it's a light party. It was. There were 4 of us, and it was like perfect, right? So, Choco Jax and Pint were just energetic chatterboxes bouncing off of each other. And then me and Grave, we would chime in, professional yappers indeed. It would be really funny because Pint and Choco would just be like, and then Pint would be like, have you ever thought about what it would feel like to die? And we're like, oh, yeah. And then me and Grave were just like, well, quite a left turn. Yup. What a tangent drift. It was really funny. The other thing that I enjoyed doing, to poor Pinto, she's really into Frieren right now, guys. Do you know where Frieren takes place? Fantasy Germany. In our light party, I was the one who had the stronger grasp of German. My spoken German, not that great. But as far as like listening goes and hearing through dialect for the most part, and reading and like shopping and such, I do have more than survival level of knowledge, right? But poor Pinto, she was so excitedly like wanting to use her German. Yam, thank you for the raid. Oh, don't worry. There's no spoilers for the anime here. I'll know. It's just that Frieren takes place in fantasy Germany, so Pint was very excited about like all of the German stuff that we were having in Germany, right? So the very first morning, Pint excitedly goes, "Es ist Donnerstag, mein Freundin." And
WB, I missed your streams, but I hope your trip was a lot of fun.
It was Wednesday. Donnerstag is Thursday. And I was just standing there and I was just like, because it was pretty early in the door in the day. And so I just like looked at Pint and I was just like, Mittwoch. It is Mittwoch. And Chocochux just dies of laughter because Pint was practicing it. Pint was practicing saying it. So the experience was very much full of similar experiences to that. We had the elevator to our hotel and it, of course, had a sign that said in German, "Do not use the elevator if there's a fire," right? And so Pint, curious-minded, points at the first word and goes, "Diam, is Aufzug fire?" I was like, "No, that's elevator." So I just made it like a personal rule for me. I didn't tell her this. I made it a personal rule for me that if Pint was trying to use German with me, if she didn't ask me if it was correct or anything, I would just wait. I would just wait for her to say something further. But if she asked me straight up, if she's like, "Hey, does this mean this? How do you say this?" I would be like, "Oh, I do that." Den Ausdruck in Brandfall nicht benutzen. Yeah, that was pretty much what it said on there, yeah. Oh, it was really funny because I would just watch Pint get more and more anxious as I was like just blinking. Sorry, Pint, I was using you for entertainment. Oh, DM you. I like setting up rules and then not telling people, you know? All right, so I'm like IRL content. You are. So first of all, let me see if there is a way that I can set this up so that it's not. That it's pictures. Yes, I want to show pictures. I have pictures like from the very start of it, from the very start of the adventure, but I want to do this in a way that was fairly. You know what? We're just gonna, because I know that if I make it into a folder, if I make this into a folder and then do the thingamajig where I can do the slideshow, I should be able to do this.
Welcome back, my real and potential enemy.
Thanks, Kai. I'm back. I'm back to torment you. Yippee! You gotta show us the pictures on your Nintendo 3DS. It's the only way. You're so right. Yippee! Welcome back. Hi, Choco. What's that slogan again? Shot with an iPhone? Yes. Okay, so to preface, for everybody that was like looking at the pictures and some people really wanted to know what camera I was using, these are all with my phone.
Welcome back from Gone Forever.
Is that a normal sentence structure in German? Elevator during fire don't use? Yeah. Okay, so this should... This should be in order. This should do this in order, I think so. Shot by an iPhone. What caliber? An iPhone 16 Pro. because that's what I have. Also, thank you everybody for the resubs and the gift subs and the warm welcome back. Not gonna lie, I was like a little anxious last night because I was like, oh boy, back to the surely they didn't forget about me, right? Haha. Let's see here. So, image files, add directory. Aha! Okay, select folder. Okay, and then use hotkeys to control slideshow. Where are the hotkeys, though? Okay, well, that put that there. That's a hotkey left, right? No, that moves that. Oh, there's physical ones on the screen. I can just do that. Okay. All right. So, first of all, we flew on Air Condor, which Mom DM was like, oh, you're on Lufthansa. And I was like, no, I'm on Condor. It was, so, okay. I will also preface, for the purposes of this slideshow here, when I take my pictures, I do the photographer thing, okay? So I'll take some pictures, and then I will post-process them so that it will hit the vibes that I was wanting. So there's going to be a mix of my nice pictures that have been post-processed, so they have the more accurate to what I was witnessing and the vibes that I was wanting to communicate from the picture. And those are also going to be mixed in with some of the garbage ones that are just like this one. But story time, you know? So I was on Condor. And yeah, vibe editing my pics pretty much. Yes. So I had an entire empty aisle to myself. I had the entire aisle to myself. That was all mine. That was all mine. When I got, so there was a series of unfortunate events regarding my own health for this trip, because the week prior to the trip was Otafest, and I had some company staying over and I had family members staying over as well, and one of the family members got me sick. So I had a cold, and I with a sore throat, which was, by the time the flight came around, was 80% healed. It was no longer in the contagious. I was wearing a face mask still, and I of course brought with me night cough medicine. So I had my food, because normally I can't sleep on planes at all, but I was trying to kick the lingering cough, and I took medicine after I had my flight. Well, after I had my stuff, and then I was night, and I slept. You can move the armrests up, so I just I buckled myself into the second seat because the staff need to be able to see that you're buckled on the flight, and then I slept. And I think one of the poor nice German flight attendant, as I was leaving, because I flew into Frankfurt, as I was leaving, was like, "Were you okay? Did you enjoy the flight? You were asleep for almost the whole thing." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, no, it was great, thank you." She was so concerned that I had slept, like, because it was a almost 10-hour flight. But yeah, so Grave and I flew into Frankfurt airport, and so did Choco Jax, but she thought she was flying into Dusseldorf, so we didn't have our overlap with our travel. But yeah, we flew into Frankfurt airport, and let's see, will this, yes, good, okay, so I can hit this button now. Hello, slideshow? You are in... Do I have to... I'm gonna have to refresh it whenever I add a new picture. Okay. Yeah. Choco thought that the fraud in Frankfurt Airport meant France. Hi, Emmy! Pretty sure I passed by DM while I was running my train to get to Dusseldorf. I couldn't stop. Yeah, so Chocojax had like a very, very short-term transfer on stuff. Let me tell you, I hate Frankfurt Airport. All right, when you are flying so first of all, Frankfurt Airport is very, very sprawling. Okay? It's a very sprawling airport. When you are flying in from a foreign country, you have to go through the border agent guys, okay? And the border agent guys, 9 times out of 10, it's like somebody, like, they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Like, I've been through Frankfurt Airport 3 times. Frankfurt Airport sucks. Furthermore, when we got to Germany, there was a heat wave. Germany does not have air conditioning. Or fans, for that matter. Border agents are not hired for their sense of humor. They're not, but the Frankfurt Airport ones will specifically, when you give an answer, not respond to you and stay silent for 60 seconds before they continue on and tell you that there's no problem with anything. If mine wasn't a border agent, he would have been a murderer. Yeah, Grave got absolutely. So, that's just German public workers, sorry. Oh, no. We'll get to another story later about another public worker that was actually quite sweet. When we were leaving, Grave had a very good passport border agent that was just like super giggly and nice, but yeah. Nerve-wracking. There's got to be a way that I can make this so that it automatically refreshes the slideshow thingy. Maybe if I hit stop, it'll... OBS is gonna make me mad. OBS is gonna make me mad! So anyways, I detect Nui, yes. Can't lie, I didn't have a single bad interaction in German. Maybe I'm just super likable and charismatic, I don't know. Except for the lady that cussed you out at the hot dog stand. Pint just... That's a police tactic because you want to keep talking to fill the silence. Unfortunately, I'm very, very well versed in travel. So pretty much the rule is if you are scared of traveling internationally or you're not very familiar with it, when you go up to the border control agents, you make sure you have your passport and where you are staying, and your flight out. Your efficiency is key, yeah. So have your flight information, your return flight information, where you're staying, and what your general plan is for the trip. And pretty much what you do is you go up, you say hello, you hand them your passport, and then you wait until they ask you the questions. And they ask you, what's the purpose of travel? And you say, leisure or business. Those are the 2 options. So you say, leisure, sightseeing. And they'll say, what are you doing in Germany? You tell them. So I said, I am going to a convention in Dusseldorf, and then I will be going around Germany with my friend. I am leaving on this day, on this flight. This is my flight information. Then they'll ask you some other questions, sometimes to hiccup onto you. And the ones they asked me this time was, they said, where are we staying? And so I had the location, but I did explain. I said, my friend booked the hotel that we are staying in. So I do not have a lot of information on it, but we are staying here with this booking. But pretty much as long as you show them that you have a concrete reason why you're leaving the country, then they let you through, more or less. But Grave did not have her passport signed. Auf Deutsch oder auf Englisch? So the rule is, If you're in a foreign country, regardless of how good your grasp is of the language, use your native language if you are talking with any governmental people. If you have any interaction with any professional person and you are in another country, use your native language to talk to them. That is how it works, because otherwise they think that they're gonna know. No whimsy when you're talking to officials. Nope. No practicing your German, no doing your best on stuff. Even if you know what they are saying and you can understand stuff, you need to communicate in English, because if something does go awry, then that means that they will have to get somebody that can actually, like, communicate back with you. Can I call? I'll hang up right after. Yes, Grave. You can call. Use your native only if it's English. If it's English. English is generally... Okay, Grave. Hi, Grave. Oh, it's connecting. Hello.
Hi. Okay. I have to call because I have to tell two stories. I have to talk about the border agent guy.
Okay.
Because I still have bitterness in my heart for that man. I hope he stubs his toe. He was evil German man. Okay, so when I got there, first there was a mega line when I got there, and everybody in the line was gonna miss their stupid connections, and everybody was so freaked out. But the border agents had no sense of urgency whatsoever. They were taking like 10 minutes minimum per person to like completely interrogate them. Oh, do you want to say hi to the raiders?
Yeah. Hi, lady. Welcome. Hi, raiders.
Yes, hello. Sorry, I got a rant about my border agent, but
yeah, Grave got the, like, I had a stern woman, but I was just answering everything with nice, succinct messages. So she just let me through after like the 5 minutes I got the stamps.
I am so happy you had a good experience. So with my guy, they were taking forever, and like so many people had already missed their connection, so the line had just given up on life. But I remember I got up there, and the guy in front of me, he didn't speak English really well, but he also didn't speak German. And so he was trying to explain to the border agent where he was going, but he couldn't explain it well because he didn't know enough English. And the border agent was so mean to him because the guy was like, I'm going to see my friend. And he's like, what does your friend do? And he's like, he works, I don't know the word. He does travel. He's like, what do you mean travel? Explain. And he's like, I don't know. And so the guy in front of me was up there for like 15 minutes, and the freaking border agent was just not letting him through, even though he was like saying, I'm going to be here till this and this. And he just didn't believe him. And I was sitting behind him, and oh yeah, my foot, apparently there's a little yellow line like where you're supposed to stand. Apparently my foot was over the line. And so I was standing there just waiting, and it was like minute 8 of this dude. And the guy in the booth, the mean German man, sees my foot over the line. He gets out, he walks towards me, and he stands right in front of me, and he points backwards. He doesn't say anything. He just points backwards, and he walks like a step closer to me without saying anything. And so I take a step back naturally because he's gonna bump into me. And then he's like, stay there. And I was like, oh, okay. And I looked down, and there's a line. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And he goes back into the booth, and he keeps interrogating this poor man, right? Eventually, he lets the guy through. It took forever for this guy to get through. Like, the people behind me were getting kind of pissed off. But whatever, Yuppie, now it's my turn. Surely this will be easy because I printed out an entire itinerary of my trip and everywhere I'm going because I wanted to be prepared for the border agent, so we'll have no questions whatsoever, right? So I step up there. I have my little folder thing, and he's like, hello, passport. I give him the passport. I take out my flight and my return flight because I remember you told me to have my return flight ready.
I was the first one to land, so in the Discord group chat, I wrote up this text wall that was like, when you land in the airport, you're gonna do this, they're gonna ask you these questions, make sure you have this documentation ready to go.
Yeah, it was helpful. So I had my little itinerary because I have everything we're gonna do in there, all our hotels, everything, even like the trains booked. And so I have it in my hand, and I'm like, he's like, okay, what are you here for? And I was like, I'm here for a convention. It's called Dokumi. It's in Dusseldorf. And he was like, show me your Dokumi ticket. And I was like, okay. And I pull it up and I show it to him. He's looking at it, and he's like, Dusseldorf, huh? Where are you staying? I was like, oh, we're staying in Krefeld. Oh, you can say hi to the raiders.
Hi, Trash Panda. Thanks for the raid.
So many raiders. So I'm like, he's like, where are you staying? I'm like, oh, we're staying in Krefeld, which was a town just north of Dusseldorf, right? And he's like, why are you staying in Krefeld if you're going to a convention in Dusseldorf?
It's
and I
Pint.
was like, well,
Pint's fault. Pint chose the hotel. Blame Pint.
yeah, that's why I was like, it was my friend Pint. You should just go talk to her. You should go interrogate her. No, I was just like, I don't know. We're just staying there. Like, we can take the train or something. He's like, it doesn't make any sense. And so you're only going to this Dokumi for one day? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to the Dokumi for one day, but then we're going to go here, 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 and here. I gave him a list of every city we were going to go to. I was like, we're going to go to Cologne. We're going to go to Duisburg. We're going to go to St. Goar. We're going to go to Frankfurt. We're going to go to Epstein. And he was like, okay. What are you going to do? What are you going to do on this date? He gave me a date, and I listed it. And we're going to do this, 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 and this. He's like, do you have your train ticket? I was like, no, I don't have the train ticket. He's like, why don't you have your train ticket? I was like, well, it's just a small local train, and if I didn't know, I could Uber. And he was like, interesting. And then he was like, okay, what are you going to do in Duisburg? I was like, we're going to go to the we're going to do this and this and this and this. He's like, interesting. Okay, what are you going to, how are you going to get back? I was like, we're going to take the train. He's like, what train line? I was like, I don't know yet. And he interrogated me for every single day of the trip. And every time he didn't believe me when I was like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. And he was like, why are you meeting up with your friends in Germany? And I was like, because they're all going to be there for the trip Dokumi. And he's like, they're all going to be there. All your friends? I was like, no, I mean like 8 of them. He was like, 8. Interesting. All going to this convention? Yes, they are. And he just would not believe me. And I was like, and then finally I took out I handed him my folder. I put it on the thing in front of me. I was like, you can look through it. I have everything in here. And he glanced in the folder, and then he just kept typing on his computer. And then he asked me some more questions. Everything was very judgmental. And then finally he was like, okay, so you're going to be here from this date to this date. You have your return flight booked, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, we have a big problem. And I was like, what? And then he got my passport and he slid it in front of me. And he was like, you tell me. And I was like, I looked at my passport and I was like, I looked at it. I'm like, it doesn't expire anytime soon. I'm like, I literally don't know. He's like, look harder. And I looked, I'm like, I literally don't know. And he's like, and then he got his pencil and he tapped the top of it. He's like, what's that? And there was like a signature part. I hadn't signed it. And I was like, oh, I haven't signed it. He's like, yes. And then he like folded his arms and he stared at me. And I was like, should I sign it? And he didn't reply to me, and he just stared. And so I took a pen out of my backpack and I signed it, and then I handed it to him. And he was like, he didn't say anything, and he just scanned it or whatever, and then he handed it to me, and then he just kind of smirked and was like, welcome to Germany. And I was like, oh my God. So that was that. But before I go, I have another story to tell before
okay.
Because I'm going to go on a walk. So I have to talk about, before I go, because you weren't here for this. This is a pint. This is a pint story.
Uh-oh, what did Pint do?
About it.
Wait, I need Pint to be on call so I can do the other story about Pint.
Okay.
Because she said I had to be on call with her if I was gonna, she said I could talk about it, but it had to be like on call. But continue on with yours.
I'll tell you the Pint story. I will go, and you can talk to Pint about this, or you can keep telling your story.
I'll keep doing mine. Yeah, you gotta take a walk. Tell your Pint story.
Okay, so Pint. I'm just looking in the chat, and she's like, Germany was so nice. Everything was so nice. It was so.
The audio's cutting out because of how high pitched you're going.
my focus. Sorry. Germany is so nice. Everybody's so nice. I love Germany. And You weren't there. I think you went to McDonald's.
I went to
But we
McDonald's.
were
I was getting heat stroke, so I had to get to McDonald's because I needed to be somewhere inside, and they wanted to go eat outside.
Yeah, so there was like this like worst stand or bratwurst stand in like kind of the middle of nowhere, and we went to it because I was like, I want to try a bratwurst, and so me, Choco, and Pint went to the worst stand, but there's 2 people running it. Neither of them spoke English, okay, which is not really a problem. I was like, okay, I looked at Pint and Choco. I was like, well, I'll just take a picture of the menu and I'll show it to them. And Pint was like, oh, no. We got this. We've got this. And I was like, oh, you do? Okay. And we discussed, I was like, I'll just have, one worst, and I guess we can share a fry, I guess. And they were like, okay. And so Pint went up and started trying to talk. There was a guy and an older lady, and she started trying to talk to them, and they could not understand what she was saying. And so Choco was trying to help. Neither of them could understand. They were getting really, really frustrated because we wanted one large fry, but they could not understand what she meant by one large fry, because I think she was saying,
okay, we uncovered later that Pint was ordering one singular large French fry, like a French fry. Singular. One long French fry. A single fry of large size. That's what she was trying to order.
Yeah. She was saying like palme gross or something, and which, I mean, I feel like anyone with a brain could figure out that the English speakers are trying to order one large serving of fries.
You don't know that they get all sorts of stories about foreigners asking for weird things. Why would they be asking for something rational?
Yeah, so the lady, she could not understand, and she was talking in German, and she was sounding progressively more and more angry, and Pint and Choco are trying to talk to them, and I'm just watching this entire time. So I think this is why Pint didn't pick up on it. But the lady was like complaining, and the guy that was with her was trying to like figure out what Pint and Choco were saying, and the lady, she was just Americans, America, like that's what I heard. And I was like glancing because I was like, I hope like Pint and Choco aren't getting like nervous, because the lady is being very rude, and I don't know German, but I do know the word American, and she's saying it with a lot of poison. So anyway, they finish like their order thing, and then they turn to me, and I just take a picture of the menu and show it to them, and then the 2 German people are just like, oh, okay, easy. And we walk away, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, wow, that went terribly. And I turn to Pint, and she's like, guys, I think I really broke through right there. That was a big moment for me. That went fantastic. And I was like, oh. Did it? And she's like, yeah, like that was the first time I was able to order in German. It was a really big moment. And I was like, she was like cussing us out. And Pint was like, oh, really? I didn't notice. And Pint's spirit could not be. I was like, Pint, she was literally like bitching about like Americans, and she sounded very, very angry, but Pint's spirit could not be quelled. Pint was like, well, it's okay. I just feel like it was a big breakthrough with my German. I managed to order, and she was in such a good mood for the rest of the day. And I was like, I am so happy you had a good time, because I was like sweating at this lady. But yeah, we got our one large serving of fries, and then I think we got our 3 wieners that we ordered or whatever. So anyway, yeah, that's the story. Bye.
I got the food perfectly fine. Yep. But Grave was just like, his Pint was like, no, that was really good. Like, I don't think anything bad happened.
Not gone
And then every single time, Grave is just like, yeah? Pint, can I tell the tale? Can I give my recounting? Pint's indomitable spirit. You can give your recounting as long as I can give the other recounting. Okay, but be gentle. I will. Okay, fine. You said you have a call, a story you want to do as well. Okay. All right. Hello, Pint.
Hello.
Do you want to give your story first?
Yeah. I'll follow up on the grave thing.
Okay. All right.
So here's how this went from my perspective, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, as we were going through Germany, most of the time you were there as our like high-level wizard in the party. Who was like sometimes you'd like cast a spell if we really needed it, but like generally it was like me tanking, Grave was DPS, and then Choco was my healer.
Yeah. I was just like in level sync, and then I would remove level sync if I needed to.
So we're on a adventure quest where we've been separated from the wizard in our party. And yeah, we go up to the stand. We're looking at the menu for a while. I'll get more into the menu and exactly what it said in a little bit, but what happened is once we decided what we wanted, it was actually Choco who decided to order first. And so I kind of stood back and I was like, she had like some plan. But she goes up and she says, "One worst, please," and holds up one finger. And I'm like, oh no. Because she said one worst. And they look at her with such confusion. And I'm like, oh no. What do I do? And then she keeps going. And she's like, and one fries, large, pommes. And I'm like, no. In fact, I think she said like pommes or something. Now Graves on her phone. She's trying to figure out the Google Translate. Always with the phone. This one.
Yeah, she was pretty good at that. Like she would take the picture and then she would just put her phone with the picture and then she'd point and say this in English.
She took like pride in being like a dumb American.
Caca! I love America. Caca!
So I see Choco kind of floundering, and I see that confusion, and I'm like, I have to step in here. And so I pull up. I'm behind Choco. I'm like, yeah, eins Pommes, bitte. And then they kind of look at me a little confused, and then they're like, I think I can't remember if they asked me this or if I just pulled it out of nowhere, but the menu said klein / große, which I know what klein means. Klein means small.
Yes.
You told me that one.
Yes.
But I assume that große means like large.
Yes.
I would guess. So I said ein große Pommes bitte. And I feel like I served that. Now, this lady, she got really confused. Despite me saying eins Pommes bitte, she was like, drei? I was like, no one said drei. No one said three.
No one said drei.
And this is where I think some of the confusion landed, is I was like 9, but I would like 3 Bratwurst, please. But I said it in German. I was like, nein, 3 Bratwurst, bitte. And I said it as clearly as that, and she couldn't get it. But there was a guy who spoke like a couple words of English. I think it was her son. And he was like 3, and I was like, yes, 3. And I said, and he was like, Bratwurst, and I'm like, yes, 3 Bratwurst. And then she like, this is the point where she like gave up, because he said like numbers in English. It was when he spoke like a couple words of English, she like literally threw her hands up and went to the side and let him take care of it. But I do mean this truly from the bottom of my heart. I think it was a skill issue on her. I don't think she expected as fluent a German to come out of me, and I think she was confused by it. She'd already made up in her mind that I couldn't speak German, so when I came out with perfect German, her mind couldn't process it, and she gave up on the situation as a whole. But that's what I said. I said, ein große Pommes bitte, and then I said, 3 Bratwurst bitte. And they didn't get that. They didn't know what that meant. What do you think? What do you think as a native German speaker?
I wasn't there.
Fluent. It's a fluent
But
German speaker.
based off of the back, so this is what I think happened.
Yeah.
Because we were in very rural Krefeld, like very rural Germany.
Yeah.
Like this is a very small town. I don't think that these people are familiar with speaking with people that don't speak German. Second of all, there could have been additional confusion from there being multiple people.
Yeah.
I would have understand that, but yeah, rural areas are a different beast. Yeah, I don't know if, yeah. Krefeld has rural areas? That's news to me. Small town of, no, we were in Berlin area.
Yeah, we were a little out of.
We were a little out of Krefeld, sorry. We were out of, Berlin is not in Krefeld. It's the next section over. Regional accents are always fun. Yeah, but then again, I wasn't there, so she might have thought you were going to order separately. It could have been that as well. It could have also been just confused, because she was confused and asked if you wanted 3 because there were 3 people.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw Choco under the bus, but I do think that confused them is when she started the interaction by speaking like, what, like, my God, there's probably a word for it, but just saying German words in like a fully American accent, like saying,
I'm pretty sure
please.
I asked for 3 because you're all going to order together. Yeah, I think Choco Jacks ordered 3, and then you went up and asked for just 1, and then you asked for 3.
I think Choco ordered 3 bratwurst and 1 fries, but I think they saw the numbers she was holding up, but they didn't understand what she was saying at all. Possibly. I'm glad we got there in the end.
Yeah.
Just blame Choco.
Yeah, just blame Choco. Yeah, blame Choco. She does math. I wasn't there. I was starting to get, because I'm very, if I get too much sun exposure and I get too warm, I get very, I have to like sit down for like 2 hours and get back to normal levels. So I was like, I'm going to go to the McDonald's, because there was a McDonald's that was like a 25-minute walk away from where we were. So I went over there. Cranky? No, really I will pass out. I get like heat sick. Like, it's very difficult for me if I get overheated, and with Germany, it was very warm. There was a lot of sun, and there is no air conditioning, so it's very hard for me to cool back down again. Yep, I am a delicate flower. I will have issue.
It was just flat. It was just sun. There was nowhere to go.
Yeah, there was no shade. There was flat sun. It was really hot, you know? So, pint. I wanted to tweet this story. I wanted to tweet this story.
you don't have to reveal anything
I really want to.
Do you want to share your similar story at the same time?
I'm gonna get to mine because I have like a slideshow.
I will say, I'm not gonna spoil that, but the fact that did happen earlier in the trip made what you're about to tell. It like broke the barrier of talking about this specific thing, and I think we're all a lot more comfortable about it.
True.
Otherwise it would have been a secret.
True. Okay. So we'll get there because so I was raised vegetarian. Okay. I'm gonna preface, this is a brief look into the story that's coming up later about what happened to me. People from Cooler General in Discord know, because I already told them about what happened. So I look for things on menus that are vegetarian flagged, okay? And in Germany, there's a lot of things that say like that they are vegetarian. Now, the thing to keep in mind is, if you are raised not eating meat, your stomach does not have the bacteria that break down the meat. It is a foreign substance, and it can make you very, very sick. So, on our Dusseldorf exploration day, we went to an Indian restaurant for lunch. And I ordered a curry, which is normally safe. Indian food is very, like, they're very good about having, like, vegetarian stuff. And we all have our food. It was really tasty. And as we're walking back to, like, this really nice garden park area that has, like, a Japanese garden, and it has the aqua zoo and everything. And as we're walking back, I realized that my stomach is starting to feel pretty upset. So I think I am like 99% certain that they used beef stock for the base of their curry, that it had some meat base for the broth part, for whatever that was. They were probably cutting corners on something, or chicken, anything that was like that. So I started looking, I was like, hey, it looks like there's a bathroom in the public restroom in the Japanese garden area. There's another thing about, another thing that's worse about Germany is that the public restrooms are few and far between, and then also you have to pay for them, which is fine. I paid for a whole bunch of toilets while I was there. So we are in this massive open park that doesn't have a lot of bathrooms. And I'm like, hey, looks like there should be one in the Japanese garden. We get to near the Japanese garden area. I cannot spot where those could be. And so I'm like, huh. And Grave has clued into the fact that I am experiencing a crisis. And thankfully we still had our tickets from going to the Aqua Zoo, and the Aqua Zoo has toilets, and we know where the toilets are on those. However, the Aqua Zoo is a 15-minute walk away. It's easier to search for a restaurant, supermarket, ask for nicely for a toilet. There were none. We were at a giant garden park area that has no restaurants, no food places, nothing nearby. There was a cafe. It was closed for a private event. And Germany has this lovely thing that after 2 p.m., everything closes because they have their shutdown time. So Grave is like, we're going back to the Aqua Zoo.
You guys were like running.
2 p.m. is only in smaller towns? No, it is not. We were just there. I'm telling you, the reason why we had to leave the Indian restaurant was because they were closing for the lunch break. So, I literally lived through this. We looked up stuff. We were trying, trust me.
I don't know.
So, anyways, I think you only told Mod Chat about the Indian restaurant. No, I told Cooler General as well, because I remember other people saying that I should report the restaurant to, like, food health. Yes, Mittagspause, it's a thing. Yes. There was only the Aqua Zoo. So, Grave and I, like, run in there, and I almost died. That was the worst 10-minute speed run of my life. It was just Grave was like, I need to keep DM in front. I need to keep DM motivated and follow me. So she was like walking as fast as possible. Made it to the Aqua Zoo, just like in the nick of time. I almost died. I had 3 rounds. It was 3 rounds of hell. And there's no water there either, because they don't have drinking fountains that are easily accessible either. So it's just like, backseating lived through events is crazy work. I know. You know what? I should have put the backseating warning up. People are like, I don't know how you could backseat, like, recounting his story, but I'm sure it can happen. Here we are. No, you should have gone to the, we were literally in the middle of nowhere. We tried. Yeah. So anyways, I survived, and then Grave was so worried. Grave was so worried. And then I had to, like, I went outside because I actually, like, got cold. I was, like, not able to, I was really cold. I somehow managed to sneak past everybody to go sit outside in front and have, go sit in the sunlight a bit because I was, like, starting to get cold. And then went back in again. And then finally it's Berlin. It wasn't Berlin. Dusseldorf! Dokovi's in Dusseldorf. Man, nobody here can listen. Dear Lord. Cold feeling after going through that? Yeah.
I like walked out to you and you were like basking in the sunlight like
yeah,
a lizard on
I was
a rock.
I was just sitting in there and I was just like, hey, bye. And then I went back in. Then I went back in. Oh my god. So yeah, that was what happened to me. But I survived. I made it. And then pint. They're right. We should have gone to the closer bathroom in Berlin. You're right.
The other side of the country.
So the pint story. So pint. So we had our rooms we were separated in our hotel, which I haven't talked about the hotel yet. I'm going to get there. That was an interesting place.
I might interject here, by the way, just at random points to add more context.
Yes. So Pint.
Do go ahead.
Pint and Choco Jacks had a hotel room together. Me and Grave had a hotel room together. I need to look in the group chat to see what exactly what was said, because we talked about it in the group chat, right?
I know that you
I don't think we ever typed about it. Did we?
Like immediately.
Oh, I should look up Ben, because I did tell Ben. I did. Thank you for the reminder. That's who I typed to. I typed it to Ben. Because I told
just, chat, I need you to promise that you won't look at me differently after this story.
I'm gonna screenshot what I sent to Ben. I'm gonna send it to you.
That's not how it happened.
That's how it sounded.
That's what Ben thinks the story.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was the TLDR of what it said.
Well, now we gotta tell the story so I can clear my name to Ben.
I don't think you can clear your name of it because you didn't realize that there was a brush. Okay. Anyways,
that's fair. That's fair. That's foreshadowing.
TLDR on what we so like. Pretty much what happened was Choco Jacks told us that Pint had a used their bathroom. And
now, let me interject a little bit here.
Okay.
As we were getting ready, we had to go somewhere pretty quick, so we're efficient. I said to Choco, I think I'm gonna use the bathroom at reception because I feel a storm coming. I said that verbatim. And then I was like, while I was in the bathroom, because I was getting ready for the day, putting my makeup on and everything, I was like, I'm an adult. Like, it's gonna be, like, I don't need to feel embarrassed about, like, Choco hearing me poop or anything like that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We're adults.
Yeah.
We can deal with it.
This is first thing in the morning.
I decided to use our bathroom. And it was a regular chat room. Not to get too detailed on you, but it was all clear.
Okay, like you said you felt a storm coming.
I felt a storm coming, but it was regular.
Okay,
I was being a little dramatic.
I was kind of playing
it up for comedic effect.
Okay.
Yeah. I will let you continue from Actually, I guess I should.
Because
just,
wait, you can't.
I was there.
No, Choco told us at breakfast time, wasn't it? Because it was first thing in the morning, and then you guys joined for breakfast,
I guess
right?
That was the next event. Yeah.
That was yeah. So
Let's switch POV.
So me and Grave would get up. We were at the breakfast because it was the hotel that we had a free standard German breakfast in the mornings. And so we would get up pretty early. We'd be there at like 7 p.m. 9 p.m. Sorry, 7 a.m. We'd be there at like 7 a.m. at the very latest. And then we would just have our nice food and we would have like 2 coffees each and just like relax a bit, okay? And Choco Jax comes into like the breakfast thing. And she's so mad. Because you left marks is essentially what was communicated.
She said there was some remnants.
There were remnants, yes.
I was like, oh no, what kind of, how many? And in my head, I'm thinking like, how many remnants are there? I did see it later. It was a comment worthy amount of remnants.
Okay, yeah. It was a comment like worthy of like speaking up on things. But the thing that's the problem, guys, it's not that action. It's not Pint leaving marks.
Because how could I have known? You know, how could I have known? It happens to the best of
What,
us.
you don't check? How do you know if you have like if you're pooping out blood? Like you gotta.
Well, no. Everything looked normal when it happened, and then
you flushed, and then okay.
I flushed, seat down, yeah.
So, Choco Jax, I'm guessing, because there's only the 2 of you. Choco Jax told Pint to clean it up.
No, she didn't. By the way.
Oh, you decided to clean it up?
I was like, I have to do this for my friend.
yeah, I have to do this for my friends. I gotta clean this up.
She said, I'll just use the other bathroom for the rest of the trip. And I'm like, no, I'll fix this.
I'll fix this. So what happened was, so Pint decided took this on upon herself to rectify her sins, to clean this up.
Flushing,
and it wouldn't go away.
I tried like pouring water onto it. And it was just all right.
So the first,
there was like a chunk on the side. It was just not going.
Do you like dance when you're pooping? Is that what happens? Well, you're out here having tar poops from not having enough fiber, and you're just like, it's like the Elmo pooping on the toilet plushie, just dancing back and forth. Is that literally what you're doing? Like, come on, Pint.
Like, if we're gonna be frank about it, it's look, the toilets are like a slightly different shape from England, and so where I'm used to, you know, like my aim
there is like a ledge essentially. I don't like the design of the German toilets. There's like kind of like a ledge where your business can land, right? So
they aren't very good. They're pretty bad toilets.
I don't like them very much. Yeah. Aiming. Anyways, so the first thing that Grave and I really noticed when we got into our hotel room upon check-in is that it's fairly common in Germany. At least at all the hotels that we went to, I did notice this was present. There is usually a toilet brush.
Never seen one of those before in my life.
So Pint tells us that she has cleaned up after herself to spare Choco Jax from future hell. And we were like, oh, so you used the brush? And Pint goes, there's a brush?
Let me tell you what I did. Didn't see the brush. Frankly, I think the idea of reusing a poop brush, like, and then putting it away is far more gross than what I even did. Here's what I did. I got a bunch of toilet paper and I wrapped it around my hand like I look like a mummy.
She cleaned the poop off with her hand.
And I just nudged it off. I wasn't like scrubbing. I just gave it a little nudge. It was like getting a snail off of a wall, you know, like.
It was just the look on your face, and we were like, "Oh, you used the toilet brush," and you're like, "There's." Oh
now,
my god!
I felt comfortable sharing this because of the previous story that DM told, because we were all very aware of what DM had gone through like a day or two before. So that barrier was broken between us all. We were all very comfortable. We were like, we're adults. Adult shit, guys.
A snail up the wall. We were all just so perplexed because there literally was a toilet brush right there.
Okay. Let's explore our options here. If I use the toilet brush,
Yes.
that just would have been a brush covered in poop that I would
You
have had
rinse
to,
it off. Have you never cleaned a toilet?
in the sink, or like do you flush
No,
the toilet while it's
you flush the
inside?
toilet with the brush in there. It like you swoosh it around.
Yeah, well, I didn't think of that. So what now?
Oh my god.
What if I didn't think of that?
Oh my god.
But I no cleaning required. I just I had like a barrier between my hands. I had a thick. There was like 5 layers of toilet. It was a little wasteful. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
And then I washed my hands thoroughly. People die, guys. People are in hospitals, and like doctors like have to operate. Well, we live in the real world. People have messed up days left and right. Don't tell me I'm a doctor. then surely if anyone can see me right now, you can.
Oh my god, that was just like Grave was just it was like the 1,000 you know the meme with the soldier that's like the dead stare for that was literally Grave hearing everything, and meanwhile I was just dying because the imagery of you cleaning your sins with a wrapped toilet paper.
I did it for my roommate. I'd do anything for my roommate.
You did it for Choco Jacks. Oh my god.
I can't believe the doctors were championing me. That's like I've seen The Pit. I know what doctors get up to.
Yeah. It was oh my god, the other funny thing was so we were talking about like I think it was the day that we were going to I think was it Duisburg? It might have been Duisburg Day. That Grave and I so I had looked up online on this hotel, and like various booking websites said that they had like laundry access or laundry service. And Grave asks at the reception, that is not something that this hotel has. So we had packed with the understanding that, oh yeah, we should be able to do laundry like midway through the trip so that we can like continue on, right? So we discover that, yeah, this is not going to be doable. So we were like discussing before going out, for Saturday. Yeah, it was for Saturday. And I say in the group chat, we are going to do laundry in the bathroom. Lol, lol, lol. Pint says, let me know how easy it is. I might have to do it tomorrow. And I was like, wait, what day do you leave? And Pint was leaving in 2 days. And I was like, okay, well, you're going to want to do your laundry tonight at the latest because the clothing is going to take a full day to dry in the air. The I is silent. Well, then they shouldn't have called it Duisburg. They shouldn't have spelled it that way. I'm going to call it Duisburg because it's spelled Duisburg. So Pint goes, ooh, there's no dryers. And I said, yeah, Pint, I'll make do. Me, we're doing sink laundry. Pint, oh, you girls are crazy. I was like, yeah, that's the only laundry we have. Do it in the room with your sink. Chocolate Chick says, you didn't realize you guys were doing that in your bathroom. Didn't see that you said bathroom.
It was the crime of missing a single word.
Yeah, Grave and I had to do laundry at like by hand in the sink multiple times, and I have since bought a device that is for backpackers who need to do their laundry while they're out like in the wilds and don't have access to things. So will never happen again. I have a device now for that, so I can do my
I have to
laundry.
say, I love your devices. You have so many like.
I
like,
love
little
devices.
things.
Yeah, I love my little devices. It's great. It's a real
went
exercise.
out
for
and
watch clothes,
I bought a bag that I can with like many different pockets, because after this trip I was like, damn, I need various things. I need like a hand sanitizer spray and like
yeah.
a collapsible umbrella and like.
Yeah, I had my
like,
umbrella in my bag.
devices.
I had my shopping bag that rolls up. I had a bunch of stuff.
The fan.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
fan's
No, I had the
crazy.
fan. I had a folding fan. I also had an electric fan, but I used the folding fan mostly. I need that product. What's it called, Diem? It's called a washi. It's like a circle one. There's a couple of them, but the washi one is round, and it takes like three minutes to wash a very small load of clothing in it. But yeah, that was. Toilet brush is a good one, Pint. Yeah, you could have a folding toilet brush, Pint.
That's an interesting device. You know what I should do? I should have like a. The problem with the
Portable
toilet
washer.
brush for me conceptually
Cool.
is like what it's.
Also, welcome back.
We were doing that shit like 1,000 years ago in like ancient Rome. You know, they had
Yes.
the sponge on the stick, and I feel like
Yes.
we're beyond that now.
Well, they do make high-tech ones that you can buy in Japan that will wash the toilet bowl for you, but we were in a tiny hotel with limited resources in Germany, Pint.
You know what? I do think the best outcome for this, and I've learned my lesson, is you get the toilet brush
Uh-huh.
and you put like toilet paper on that so that nothing gets dirty, you know?
That... Okay, so this was great. I'm gonna continue on with my stories now, Pint. Thank you for sharing with us.
See you later.
Bye. Get her off the stage. Oh my goodness. But I was dying. I was dying when Pint was telling us about like all the things that happened with that. Oh lordy. Oh my god. Yeah, so we were having a lot of fun with the group that we had on that. I'm still like the entire time that we've been recounting things, I've been saving pictures from 10 out of 10 story, to be honest. Yup. Graves' expression when all of this was being explained and everything was going down, it was so funny. You could see like the mental damage status bar just ticking up with every additional thing that Pint said. It was really funny. And then when we had like, so we went to, there was a dinner that we went to, we went and had Japanese food, and out of nowhere, Grave was just like, you know, in my headcanon, Choco Jax does meth. Because we were waiting for friends to come to the dinner, and they were doing Dokomi setup. So they came fairly late, and so we were just like having conversation in order to keep things up. And it went from Choco Jax being like, no, I don't do meth, right? It's not true. I don't do meth, guys. Like, it went from her doing that to her being like, yeah, I do meth, guys. It was very entertaining. Vindication at long last. Yup. Says that kind of girl. Choco's easily bullied. Yeah. She's gonna start doing meth now for real. It's gonna be my fault. Yeah. Ooh, sniffs it up. And then, like, in my search history now, I have how to do meth, because we were looking up what the different ways were that you could do meth, because there's like different ways of using meth. So we were trying to figure out, because we're like, wait, do you snort meth or do you inject it? Because we're we're not wizened up on different ways of doing hard drugs. So like, I'm looking at, hi, Uwo. So it turns out you can pretty much consume meth. You can consume meth in any form, more or less. Like it's something that can be snorted. It can be injected. It can be consumed as a pill. So like pretty much there's a whole bunch of different ways. So we're trying to figure out like, yeah, it's Croatia week. Oh, hello, welcome. I just got back from a Germany trip and I am recounting and sharing pictures. On the top of my head, you can also smoke it. Yeah, you can also smoke meth. So we were just like looking for like all the... Oh my god, crazy time for a raid. Not perfect time. Please tell Slav that Germany is not Eastern Europe. I don't think I can do that. After my experience in Frankfurt, I don't think I can do that. It is, right? Some parts more than others, I would say. I'm really hoping that the slideshow is going to be in order, because if it's not in order, it's gonna be not in order, and I'm gonna be sad. I mean, it's just a crystallized substance, yeah. I'm very happy that this is what I tune into after years of not really watching. It's as if no time has passed. Yeah. So yeah, the first part of it, we went to, so the going back to where things started. How did you survive Krefeld, Duisburg, Frankfurt in one trip? Oh, we went to other places too.
We survived Gone Forever, girldom speed, 2 girldom dead.
Frankfurt's tagline is literally being the center of Europe. You can literally be the center of Europe and figuratively be Eastern Europe. I'm just saying. I didn't say that it was literally, but from a figurative sense. I have a picture that people like thought that I was in Eastern Europe. So I will share that picture as well. Hi, Whiskey. Hi. He's been walking onto my lap and then getting off my lap. I think I figured out because Art Gun was actually staying with me for a couple of days. They actually arrived the day after I got home from Germany. And they stay with me for a couple of days, and they also have cats. And the cats have had similar issues, and it turns out that Whiskey might have just been dehydrated when it was time for him to have his kibble, because when cats are dehydrated, they'll eat and then they won't be able to keep it down because they don't have enough liquid. So I've swapped up his diet so that he's having his wet food in the morning and then his dry food throughout the day. Because I think what was happening was, when I have guests over, I have to keep him in my room with me overnight. Otherwise he will 4 a.m. visit and step on any vulnerable part of you with his full body weight. So oh no, yep. So you couldn't go for morning sippies? Yeah. That's the fun part about visiting people with cats. Yes and no, I would say. Amazing how hydration fixes so many things. I would actually highly recommend that if you're traveling in Germany, to not hydrate. Because if you can't find a toilet, using the woods is illegal. Because it's Germany. However, there was a judge that ruled in Germany that humans can have the same rights as deer and rabbits, so you are not restricted I wonder how you found that one out. Oh, I was just doing research online. I like reading. Wait, it's illegal? Man, my grandma and my mom are super criminals then. Yep, in Germany, yes it is. I'm fixated on the tracking of your avatar's face, insanely detailed. It is. It's very nice. No one will stop you in the woods. Yes, but Germans, remember? Choco's giving pint recipes with fiber in the group chat. I think it's kind of necessary. Not gonna lie. I have to find the pictures that the ones that had people's faces in, I tried my best to make sure that I like blurred those out. So I'm saving those right now. Another lovely moment with Pint was when we were on our way to Cologne, or as it's said in German, Köln. It was very cute because Pint was like, so why is it said that way? Because usually in German, like, you say like all the letters. You don't have it all like quiet. Like in German, it's Köln, but when you spell it out, you have like, where did the other letters go? And it's spelled K-O umlaut L-N in German, but everywhere else it's spelled Cologne. And I was just like, it took me a moment because I was like, what are you talking? Oh. Yeah. München, Munich, yeah. Because the non-Germans can't pronounce it. A lot of non-Germans don't have umlauts in their words and such, so. I feel like Kalm from Witch Hat is a reference to Köln, but I can't prove it. Not gonna lie, you might be onto something with that. Ah yes, the German city of Cologne. I would call it Cologne. Man, I'm going through my pictures and I'm still like... It's still with like the group part of the trip. I took so many pictures. I took so many pictures. I really do like the Cologne Cathedral. Or the Kölner Dom, as it is in German. Any plans on visiting more? Yeah. Man, that cathedral was so pog. It was very cool, yeah. Umlaut, yeah. The umlaut is the two little dots over a word. A letter, sorry, not word. Over a letter. I don't know what's it called when it's the dash. I know if it's like the squiggle. Squiggle N is Enye. Okay, I finally got to Sankt Goahausen. Sankt Goa. Twitter pictures of the tip of the iceberg? Yep. Wait, was the cathedral actually visible from behind the scaffolding? Yeah. There was actually not too much scaffolding on it. It was, yeah, it wasn't too bad this time. Just finding all the pictures from like middle of nowhere. From my understanding from family living near, that's basically always encased in scaffolding. Yeah. Some people call the umlaut dots Tüpfelchen, and I think that's cute. That is cute, but umlaut is faster to say. How much sludge did you have on your trip? I had no sludge. I did not. It was sludgent, in fact. I had a lovely German breakfast, which I do have a picture of one of the breakfasts because I would like take the picture of the breakfast in the morning and I'd send it to Ben, and I would send it to Mom DM because Mom DM went to. It's not quite finishing school, but it's. Also, I have like 3 pictures of toilets in this, for good reason. Mom DM went to essentially finishing school in Germany. So she went to, there's a special type of school for women, which goes over cooking, housekeeping, sewing, cleaning, a bunch of various things like that. And it's yeah. So it's more or less finishing school, but it's a bit different because you actually do get housewife school. It's not housewife school. It is like for people running households, more or less. So people that are professional, like head maids, will go through this type of schooling. It covers a lot of stuff that works well for being a housewife, but also goes very in depth. Yeah, Hauswirtschaftsschule. Yes, it's like a maid school, but it's different. Housekeeper trade school. Yes. So Mom DM went to that, and so like lots of things. I know, Jack, I know, I'm still saving pictures to put up. I said that I was still like going through like a vocational school. Yes, it's like a vocational school that is specifically for like handling everything about housework and such. The only thing I'm hoping is that this is going to be in proper order. If I sort it by, hopefully it goes by the file sort. I'm not sure. I took so many pictures. Is this the right one? Yeah, it is. Okay. Your background music is very relaxing. Quite like it. Thank you. How many photos did you take? Sounds like a lot from the sounds of it. Yeah. I don't know how many I took, but I took a good number. Hi, the no merch is super cute. Thank you. I did draw a couple of comics while I was in Germany. I drew 3 of them from various experiences. So yeah, I would have to refresh it after every edition. So that's why I'm currently going through all of them. It's good that Pinto Bean was able to come into the call, and Grave as well. New merch? Yeah, the no merch. So I added, here, actually, I can do this while I am adding more pictures on here so you can see the comic that I drew, because this is based off of, come on. Why? Hello? Hello? This should be able to drag and drop. It doesn't want to drag and drop. Okay. There we go. I'll just do this instead. Here you go. That's that. So yes, I added new merch. which is with the no image at the bottom. Messed up content. I put it on a pint glass. The glass looks really good. I rarely get my own merch because it's I can't really use it outside of my home. What glass? A pint glass. Can we get one of Choco as well? I don't know if I can sell things that have my friend's images on them. But yeah, I made a shirt and a coaster, and there's a hat. After ordering the glass with the no doodle on it, you're required to fill it with apple juice at least once. Yeah. Can we get pint laughing on a pint glass? I would have to draw more parts of pint there because she's cut off a little bit there.
Have some of Jeff Bezos's money.
Thank you. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you have Twitch Prime. So if you're not subscribed, you could subscribe for free. Every time someone mentions the boss puts a link to the glass, that would be fun. Now the question is, did I get a picture of the cliff? Because I think I didn't actually get a picture of the cliff. Like that the new store allows you to make merch of your doodles and such very quickly. Yeah. Because it's on demand, so I just have to upload what I have. And the nice thing about my little e-ink art pad here, this is a Supernote Nomad. The really cool thing about it is that I can export 400% size of the imagery that I draw on there. So it's very usable and nice high resolution for what I want. It's great. You're all over my Twitter feed. I wouldn't recommend visiting Facebook to anyone, but I hope you liked it anyway. Listen, there's actually some good things there. There's some good things there. There's some good stuff, actually. I know this sounds crazy. I'll show. I'm on the second to last day of the trip now for pictures, and then we'll start going through things, and you don't have to listen to just me yapping randomly instead of actually seeing some nice pictures on there. Yeah, because now I'm to the Frankfurt pictures, and I will just, if you are someone who lives in Frankfurt and you enjoy Frankfurt, or you find things that you like about Frankfurt and you have pride about it, I don't. I hate that city, and that city hates me. That city hates me, okay? All right? And I'm not saying because of like people that are doing drugs and such. No, I'm in Alberta. We have a homeless drug crisis, okay? The main thing, the main observation I had about the people that, the vagrants that are on drugs in Frankfurt is that they're not fent zombies, because in Alberta everybody's on fentanyl, and that makes people into zombies. Not yet. Yeah, not yet. So that was very interesting to observe. We're high class here. We do math. Also, the other thing that this was just because of my own lack of knowledge on things, is that so Goethe his house is in Frankfurt. The home that he grew up in, which was preserved, and then something happened in 1944 that made them have to rebuild it in 1949, same to spec. Goethe, whatever his name is, anyone's guess, no knowing what happened there. Based off of his writings and such, I was like, I didn't have really any thoughts on what his home life was like. But his family was super rich. Like, they had a ton of money. They had so many linens that they only did laundry 4 times a year. So when you're like going through like reading about all of his commentary on and also he was a horoscope girly pop. Like he wrote about his own birth and he was like, it was under a really auspicious star sign. I had these 2 constellations here. Like I was just like, this is for all the things that he wrote about in his commentary about like, ooh, life and everything, I was just like, oh my god, Nepo baby. Like the imagery they I had about him, if my image was shattered, I was just like, wait a minute, this guy was just 2 constellations, just flexing now. Yeah, can you be astronomy Nepo baby? Well, the thing is like his dad was an officer of something. The house was massive. He had this huge dedicated art collection. Like there's a room that's just all these portraits and things that he had. His mother's hobby was collecting teacups specifically for having hot chocolate. Because that was her favorite drink that she would have nightly, was a cup of hot chocolate. And if that doesn't scream like coming from money, crazy Dio. This is going to be a very red picture, but the story behind it's very important. Oh yeah, that's money, yeah. Why did they only need to do... No, laundry. They only needed to do laundry. Linens. They had enough linens that they only needed to do laundry 4 times per year. So that meant they had enough cloths, enough napkins, enough bed sheets, enough blankets that they only needed to do the laundry 4 times per year. And apparently when their house did laundry, it was a massive event because they would have to like dry everything. They would have to transport all the stuff out to dry everything. It's water saving to the max. Came in late. Is this your grandfather? No, we're talking about famous author man Goethe, or however you say his name in all of the languages. Oh, and I will save the image. I will share the imagery of the final heinous crime against me that Frankfurt committed. Goethe. Okay, I've got. You said Goethe? Okay, you said it right the first time. Okay, you pronounced it correct. I don't know. Sometimes I'll look at the things and I'm like, am I saying this right? There's no knowing. Okay, sort by... Not by name, I guess. Name modified? Maybe? Hopefully? That should be in order. That should be in order. Okay, we're gonna see if this works. Stop. Is it not in? It's peeking out. What the? Is there no way to put this into a specific order? Peekaboo. Well, PowerPoint. What the heck? I should have just done this as a PowerPoint. Is it not? Where's this starting from? Ah, heck it, we ball. Heck it, we ball. It's gonna be out of order on some things. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just gonna move this so that my model is not being, hidden by it. We take it as it is. Anyways. Close enough. Anyways, so this panorama behind me is along the Rhine, which is one of the, 2 major rivers that go through Germany, and it's lined with a whole bunch of castles, and historical data shows that there were Roman highways along both sides of this part of the river specifically. That's as far as the information in the area went to. But this is the view from Castle Rheinfels, which is in a tiny town called Sankt Goar, or Saint Goar, which was first mentioned in like 555 AD because there was a monk that became a hermit, and that was Sankt Goar, but he was a really nice guy, so they named it after him. So, the 2 little circles back there, though, are because these are my 2 favorite castles in Germany. They are Castle Katze, or Katz, right here. And over there is Castle Maus. There we go. You can see both of them now circled, okay? So we have Castle Cat, which actually the name for it was like cats and something. It actually has cats at the start of it. And then the other one was affectionately termed Castle Mouse. And the lords of these 2 castles would like try to fight each other and inevitably just like not make any ground on it. But yeah, that's Cats and Mouse. And those are my 2 favorite castles along the Rhine. So I have, when we were up on Castle Rheinfels, because I was like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure that that's cats over there. And so, like, we were up at the top of, like, the ruined parapets of Castle Rheinfels because the French blew it up in the 1800s. Thanks! 1200. Castle built in the 1200s, and then the French blew it up in 1800. Like, come on. Guys, it was a really cool castle. You didn't need to do that. The French. But anyway, so the Sankt Goar, the town that we were in, according to the 2024 census, there are 2,900 people living there. So it is a quiet little town. And so Grave and I ended up staying here. This was post everybody else joining the trip part. But unfortunately, because of how the organization is for however the files are, it should be in order, but it looks like it might not be. So this is the view from Castle Rheinfels. So you can see some of the ruins on there. I actually cropped this picture pretty generously on the left side because there is a crane currently doing repair work. But yeah, there's another view along the Rhine, and Castle Maus is like just barely visible in the distance there. But yeah, this is Castle Rheinfels again. And in Castle Rheinfels, there is actually there's half of a Celtic Druidic monolith that is dated to 400 BC that was dug up in one of the forests when they were building the castle, and they were like, this would make a really nice ornament for the gardens. So it's it's just in the area. The other thing that was really cool is that you could buy actual like medieval period vellum manuscripts pieces from the the museum store in here. I was very tempted because I could have just bought like a piece of a book from like 1300. But it's also just kind of crazy to look at the history that they have on there because, so the castle in like 1200 or whatever, they found this, they found this obelisk that is far older than the time period between me going to this castle and it being blown up by the French. So, like, just thinking about the history and such, did you get to visit Katz or Maus, or was that just from a distance this time? So you cannot visit Katz. You cannot visit Castle Cat because it has been privately owned since 1989. So that is just a private building. You cannot go to Katz. You can go to Maus, but we didn't go to Maus. It was on the other side of the Rhine, and it was kind of far away, and we had other plans that we were going to do. We were only in St. Goar for 1 night? Yeah, 1 night. Just knock on the door. By who? No idea. No idea. I would love to go there. If any of you know, if any of you have like a strange auntie or uncle that owns Castle Cat and would let me just go and explore everything in the castle, I'd love that. It did rain on us while we were here. As you can tell from the clouds, it did rain, but we braved the rain because it was pretty cool. This is the Lorelei statue, and the statue is named for the cliff. Because there's this really big cliff that's behind, that's not in this picture, it's actually cropped off to the left side.
Sorry, I was late.
And the poem about the Lorelei is because of this cliff. And the poet that wrote about it, there was like tale that there was a beautiful blonde siren that would sing at the top of this massive cliff, and then people would crash their boats and die. In 1989, Japanese management consultant Satoshi Kosugi bought the castle for the sum of 4.3 million Deutschmark. Wait, it's owned by a Japanese guy? I should just go up and be like, sumimasen! Harasete! Mitai yo! I should have just gone up and... You know what? That kind of makes sense because I do have a sister city photo for the other side of there. So yeah, that was the Lorelei statue, and Grave and I had to walk all the way out here, and there's like nothing. Why'd you go this month? If you'd gone next month, you could go to FanFest. I don't want to go to FanFest in a country that doesn't have air conditioning. As North American and short-sighted as it is, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to another convention that doesn't have air conditioning. Only the strong bring EU. Only the strong survive the EU FanFest. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. We have a statue of Lorelei in Regensburg as well. Yeah, it was really nice here. I was trying to get some really nice pictures, and then there was a couple that was walking behind us, and then they just leaned on the statue and just stood there for like 30 minutes, so I couldn't get my pictures, and I was kind of mad. But anyways, I got some of them at least. They were kind of horribly backlit. I wish that they hadn't been, but good enough, whatever. We'll get back to this later. There we go, here's the start of the trip. All right, so here is the view from our hotel. So we stayed in Krefeld, and when you look at the pros and cons of this hotel, which was this building, this is probably one of the most cursed hotels I've been in. Because it is in an apartment building. And it is on the top 3 half floors of this apartment complex. So, the very top floor, the 10th floor, is the reception and the breakfast hall. And then floor 8 and floor 9 on the half side of it is the hotel section. And they're pretty much all just like really small 1-bedroom apartments. More or less, you have a toilet, you have like a bath and everything. So boring curse, not fun curse. The elevators are tiny. There are no restaurants in decent walking distance with decent hours for when we were needing them. But there was a grocery store. There were 2 grocery stores across the street. The reviews of this hotel said, pros, it's like, it's easy to access around like any time that you want to. That's just big old European city. Nothing being around. Were the elevators square or triangles? They were square. They weren't triangles, but they were super duper tiny. They were tiny. 1 to 2 person elevator size. But all 4 of us would squish in there. And if you leaned at all, you would, like, if you're facing the other person, you would have kissed them pretty much. So I have been in triangle elevators. The Airbnb that I stayed in for TwitchCon EU when it was in Paris, that had a little triangle elevator that was smaller than this one. How can an elevator be triangle? I don't know, ask the French. But yeah, Krefeld does have a zoo, and it has a botanical garden, but the negative reviews on the hotel we stayed in said that it was in Krefeld. That was like, negatives, it's in Krefeld. There was a sushi restaurant, like when we arrived, when we checked in, we were really hungry, and we saw on Google Maps that it said that there was a sushi restaurant that was open. We walked over. We were dying of hunger. I swear to you, that sushi restaurant has not been open for 3 years. So what we ended up doing was we managed to get to the grocery store before it closed and bought just like, I bought Schwarzbrot and Butterkäse and some vegan deli meat, which, by the way, if you want to make a lot of people mad on Twitter, simply post a picture of a vegan deli selection in Germany and go, wow, this is really nice. I wish I had this in Canada. A bunch of people get big mad for some reason. Crazy Dio. Sorry for that. We have some weird folks in Germany. Oh no, don't worry. Canada has weird folks about the meat stuff too. That tweet did numbers. That was crazy. Like, I was just like, there's like, it has the same stuff that paste that you use in construction has. And I was just like, yes, because it has. Buddy needs to go look up what has methylcellulose in it. Enjoy your colon cancer. I will be happy with my veggie protein gluten meat. I love that stuff. It's delicious. I love the horrible bacon. The horrible vegan bacon. It's like cardboard. It's like salty cardboard that you can eat. Okay? It's great. Any fruit? Yes, literally any fruit has methylcellulose in it normally. And it's made out of veg and stuff. Anyways, I post on these, and yeah, it was crazy. There's just the number of people that get mad when you say that you like vegetarian/vegan options. They take it as like a personal threat. Like I'm holding them down, trying to force feed them tofu. I don't want to force feed you tofu. That's for me. I love that stuff. You go enjoy your colon cancer. Bye. Did you try the vegan Leberwurst? I wanted to. I only had the deli meat, really. As a meat eater, I don't understand that. Let people eat what they want. I know, right? Just me being like, please, it would be great. Like, I just like eating it. Let me eat my stuff, please. Salty cardboard doesn't sound appeasing. No, I know. That's why I said it's horrible. The horrible vegan bacon. There's some of them that are just, if you want actual decent vegan bacon, just get the smoked tempeh strips instead. That stuff's really good. Yummy. Yeah, it's tasty. My soon-to-be brother-in-law is of the opinion that vegan foods should be banned from selling imitation meat and meat products, like no veggie burgers, no veggie sausages, etc. Very odd opinion. Yeah, like, I don't... Okay. I like having options. I know that there's some people that are like, well, it's kind of weird that you don't eat animals, but you're making it look like it's like animal stuff. And I'm sitting here being raised vegetarian, being like, I like interesting tastes and textures, all right? When you make stuff and you mix stuff up together and make things together with it, you get interesting flavors and textures. That's why I like it. Let me have it. People get weird about it, like the whole thing about what is allowed to be called milk. Yeah, people get weird on that too. Anyways, this is what the hotel hallway looked like. There were 2 elevators. One of them only did floors 8, 9, and 10. One of them did all of them. and they were all very slow, and they were both tiny, and the one that did floors 8, 9, and 10 had this huge blast door that was outside of the elevator, but only unlocked when the elevator was actually nearby. A very interesting place. The other thing was, so floor 7 was regular apartments. So one of the evenings, Grave and I are settling down, about to go to sleep. We said goodnight to each other, and the guy below us just starts shouting, like mad yelling, like he's dropping the F-bomb in between other German words and such, and we're just like, oh, and I'm just like, oh, okay, well, I know this song and dance from North America. It's going to be a couple hours of this, and then we're not going to get to sleep. No, he stopped after 30 seconds. It was the weirdest thing ever. It was just like, F-word, silence. Average League enjoyer. I'm pretty sure, like, the guy must have lost some game. I don't know. Must have lost some game and then got his anger under control, and that was it. He lost his lighter. That could have been it. There was a lot of smoking. There was a lot of smoking in Germany. I know that, like, they don't have it inside anymore, but there's a lot of people who smoke. But yeah, so this was, we went, before I discovered that I am very, very allergic to whatever is currently in season pollen-wise in Germany, Grave and I went to the botanical garden. Yippee! Also, I took a picture of this because it's, I'm pretty sure that should be St. Paul, because that's the one that got decapitated. But I was just like, wee, cool, decapitated priest man, let's go. Did you need 2 keys to enter? Well, so there's a park where the Krefeld, like, what, the Bürgermeister, the mayor or leader or whatever, was. And the botanical garden is connected to that, but it has 2 separate little entry doors. So you do actually have to, like, figure out your way into the actual botanical garden. But the botanical garden was really cute. They had, like, a little desert section, and they also had my favorite, which is a poison garden. Bürgermeister, yeah, because you have, like, the Burg, and then you have the Meister, so it's the leader of the mayor, you know? Of course, that's your favorite? Okay, well, the great thing about this poison garden was, okay, so they had this whole open-air poison garden, yes. So, they listed out, so you had these handy little cards in front of all the plants that tell you where it's from, when it blooms, what part of the plant is poisonous, and what type of poison it has. Screams and Mau Mau. Pretty much. Can you take samples of the poison home with you? Nobody would stop me. Like, so this is Lily the Valley, and the giftige Pflanzenteil are everything. Alle. So everything about it is poisonous, and the type of poison is Herzglycoside. I don't know what that is, but Herz is in it, so I'm guessing it has to do with the heart. Yeah. Still here from the raid. I like how chill the stream is. Definitely a break from listening to guys screaming to the mic for a few hours. I don't tend to, like, yell too. Okay, well, I do plead with the enemy when I'm playing, like, Souls-likes and such. Dark Souls 2 continues tomorrow, by the way. Yippee! They're not deadly. I should know. I once ate them as a child. Yeah, but they are poisonous. You can still get sick from them. Doesn't necessarily kill you, but they do hurt you. Cardiac glycosides are the class of organic compounds that increase output force of the heart and decrease its rate of contraction. Ooh. So higher BP but low BPM. Nice. Also, Pocky, thank you for the resub. It slows down the heart. Super, yeah, very, very bad for cats, yes. And then we went to Burg Lynn, which is Castle Lynn in Krefeldlin. And it's a very cool area. There's an old castle there, which is Castle Lynn. And then there is a hunting lodge that was built in the 1700s. And a lot of musicians during the 1800s would go to this area and just like hang out and work on making music and such. And this was all reflected in the actual, in the museum stuff there. So it was really interesting there, yeah. So lots of very old streets and buildings. This was from the kitchen. So a lot of the fancier older buildings that we went to had water pumps that would access local wells or cisterns that were underneath homes that you could fill with eels. I don't think enough people have eel pits. I saw that one guy on like YouTube and TikTok with his eel pit, and now I kind of wish that we all had eel pits, you know? Filled with eels? Yeah, he found like there was an old cistern underneath his house. So like some of the basements of old buildings, they would have water in them so that you could have fresh water to use in your home. And why eels? Why not? Eels, okay, eels can survive in dark areas and freshwater eels are a thing. So yeah, he's got an eel pit. It's really cool. I like watching his videos about the eels. But yeah, so this was the kitchen area and you could see all of the original hardware and the nice old building, like the old buildings and the old construction and the hand-painted glazed tiles and the Graublau, which is there's a type of pottery that is classic German. Like if you see Biersteins and it's got that really grayish hue to it with the dark blue, with the paintwork on it, that's Graublau. It's gray blue, which is ceramic. That's very popular. Is that a pump for water? Yes, that's the water pump that was in the kitchen. So I was just like, man, so aesthetic. I took this picture in the hunting lodge near Berglin, Castle Lynn as well, because it deeply reminded me of my adorable darling son, Whiskey. Especially the expression on the cat. The museum section of the hunting lodge had this really, really cool setup on the second floor where they had these 3 books that the back cover was glued to the table so that you couldn't pick it up. And when you flipped through the pages, it had a projection map on it. So each time that you flipped a page, it would change what was being done on the projection mapping. And it would also play music from the various composers that stayed in the area and had historical information on it. So that was really cool. One toggle for model to hold Whiskey. I could ask Art Gun. That's very neat. It was really, really cool. I did take some video. Unfortunately, the frame rate of my DJI camera does not quite match up very well, so it does have pretty bad flicker, but it was really, really cool. And so they had these very durable hardcover books with pretty durable pages that it would just project through and have visuals and color, and it was really neat. For the actual castle itself, for Berglin, this, as you know, I bathrooms were a constant issue for me in Germany, not gonna lie. But every time we went somewhere, I was like, where's the toilet? So this is the toilet staircase, which those are the old types of stairs. So those are worn down. It was a whole like spiral staircase down. Not for disabled. Oh, no. Like if you had any kind of handicap, I would not recommend going to, I would not recommend Germany. It's not very friendly if you need a wheelchair. But the castle itself was built in the like 1200s as well, 1100s, 1200s. And the The hunting lodge, which is next to it, was built in the 1700s. So, Castle Lynn has a tower that you can climb up. And the tower does have, this was a picture that I tweeted that went semi-viral, where I said that we checked into the hotel and that the toilet doesn't flush. So pretty much the way that this was work is that you had the toilet seat and then you would, plumps, it's called a Plumpstoiletten, which in German means like a falling toilet. But plumps is kind of like a cutesy word for falling. Plumpsklo. Yeah, because your poop just falls out and falls to the outside of the castle, and then the sorry serfs whose family are in forever indentured servitude to the Lord get to go and clean that up. So the other thing was, in the castle, I did tweet it, I didn't put it into the slideshow here. In the castle, they had another toilet seat, which was one that they had found, that they had dated back from House Wrath. R-A-T-H. So, of course, I sent that to my good friend Wrath Games, and I was like, look, you have a toilet seat. No toilet brush, it's perfect for pint. Yeah. An old Plumpsklo, yeah. This was the view from part of the way up from the tower. So you could see the rampart area there. They had of course, like protection from foes that had archery by having the very narrow little archery holes through. There was a whole display area that was talking about the different classes of armor and types of armed soldiers that used to live in the castle and during the fighting days there. Going through, they've done a lot of repair work on this castle. This was the staircase down from the very top of the tower there, but the tower was very tall and gave a nice 360-degree view of the area, so it would be very easy to see if any of your enemies were encroaching upon you. It was a lot of a staircase. A lot of stairs. Lot of stairs. Oh, House Wrath has their own castle grounds in Krefeld. Oh, well, their toilet seat is in Berglin. It was built around 1200. Wow. So you can see, so this castle is really cool because with the renovation efforts for it, the majority of the castle is, you walk through it. You go all the way through it. Were the stair steps also different heights? The tower itself, those ones got equalized. It wasn't too bad, but we did have some kind of dangerous steps in some of the later ones. I hate the claustrophobic staircases. This one was nice and wide. It was nice and wide. It was not like Cologne's cathedral staircase going up. This one was nice, like all along the outside. The tower doesn't get really, really narrow at the top. It only narrows slightly. So yeah. This was one of the staircases that was old, scary, and narrow, but we weren't allowed to go up. This is Grave wearing one of the helmets that we were allowed to wear. They had 2 different helmets that you could wear. So we all put the helmets on. Just so you could see what it was like. Stanced up, yup. How did it smell? It smelled like metal. It had like some padding for the head section on it. Looks giant. It does. However, it was actually like the right size for most of us. It was pretty like, it was fairly small. This was the view of the main doorway going through Castle Lynn. And they had all the windows and everything. This, so in historical German times, when you had a big tower, the basement of the tower was really, really handy for imprisoning people. So you would just like build a door, have a gate to it, and then you would throw people into the dungeon there, because then you could keep an eye on them with the tower keep. The tower watcher would just like look down into the grate and be like, "Are you still down there? Do you regret your crimes?" And then they would say, "Screw you, I Frankfurt. And then they would go, okay, you get to stay in the hole. So it was really nice. All the castles that we went to that had like a torture pit had like audio playing of the people like screaming in the dungeon. I was like, oh, thanks, Germany. I loved the pits. Yeah, the pits were great. I was like, ooh, dead guy. Ooh, dead guy. Sometimes they would put like mannequins in the bottom too, so you could see what it was like. But this castle was really interesting because like this area of Krefeld, especially during the time that we were at, the two people that were like the guides for the museum, the castle and everything did not speak hardly any English. So we had this very nice guy who was the attendant who would just spawn in to try to give us information in very limited English. It was very, very cute. It was very nice. He was so nice. He was the nicest German guy. The one that recommended the beer. Yeah. Yep. When we mentioned that we play video games, he very excitedly was like, oh, Counter-Strike? And we're like, no. No. He was just like listing off like war FPSs and we're like, no. Did he despawn if you looked away? Yes. He was very nice. Don't you speak German? Okay, so I do speak limited German. My German, extremely rusty. I am much better at listening comprehension and reading than I am with spoken German. My spoken German gets all mixed up. So for the majority of the trip, I was not trying to communicate in German because that would just lead to confusion. But there were a few times that I did explain in German to staff with my messed up grammar. And yeah, for the most part, they don't use Hochdeutsch. Like my German that I know is Hochdeutsch. So that's High German, which is the very like standard fancy German. A lot of people speak in dialect. I speak proper German, so mine's like, mine is just like I show up and I'm just like, und wie geht es dir heute? Like, I know about like Sie, big ass Sie, Sie sind Ihnen, Ihre. Very posh, yeah, I have posh German. Es tut euch leid. Like, get a good German workout, at least had some chances. Yes, I did have some chances to practice. There were some times that we had staff that, like, when we were trying to communicate with English, you could tell that their eyes were glazing over a little bit, and I was able to explain that. Or if we were being told things in German, I could explain what they were telling us in English very smoothly, so. This is more view from Castle Lynn. The nice guy that didn't speak a lot of English told us about how a lot of people will come out here for their wedding photography. And I was like, dude, that's sick. Can you imagine going to a castle from like the 1200s to get your wedding photography done? What's your favorite thing to say in German because of the meaning or how it sounds? Dingsbums. Dingsbums. Dingsbums means thingamajig in German. And I did buy some Backoblatten because it's very hard to find Backoblatten, and a lot of the traditional German baking we uses Backoblatten. And what Backoblatten are is if you've ever been to my experience is only with Catholic Church, but if you've been to church and they give you like the little wafers, that's what that is. It's the Backoblatten. So I got the Backoblatten so that you put them as the base you put the wafer as the base for a lot of various like nut meringue cookies. So I bought myself a little cylinders of those. Oblaten? Yeah, Backoblatten. Edible cardboard. Yeah, exactly. It's just like the wafer bread that you get when you go to church, but it's separated. It's not blessed. It's the one that's made for baking for your cookies for Christmas time. What was the word for thingamajig? Dingsbooms. For Macronen. Yeah, for Macronen. I'm German, and literally no one I know speaks real German, either dialect or Denglish or something similar. Yeah. Next time I'll gift you some Espapia. I think I recommended Pint or Choco Jack's Espapia. Because they had it at the grocery store. They were looking for things to give to family members and such. Yeah. It's the one that's they have like fruit flavored ones. I also, what's the name of it? The powder packs that make the slightly fizzy flavor water. I recommended those as well. Here's the actual Berglin Castle. Ahoy Brause. Yeah, I recommended that as well. Brausepulver. Yeah, I recommended that as well. I was like, this is a good souvenir because I haven't seen this outside of Germany. But this is this is Berglin, this is the full castle, and they've done a lot of restorative work on it. There's actually some pictures from somebody made a blog like 30, 40 years ago or something like that and uploaded his pictures that he took, and the tower looks very different. So it's really cool to see the work that they've put into it. It's a very pretty building. Yeah, very pretty. They have the moat there and everything. And then they told me that in wintertime, they do a Christmas festival there. And they light up the main hearth from the main, like, dining hall area there that was for, like, the peasantry, pretty much. So they do use the fireplace there, and they'll make glühwein and have other snacks, and they'll have people dressed in period dress. They also have a medieval festival there during the summertime with like crafts and people in cosplay, and it looked really, really cool, and I was just like, dang! And then Pint was like, man, I wish I lived near history. And Pint lives in Britain. So, literally, the three of us, me, Choco Jax, and Graveweaver, we are all North American. When we go to historical places, they're like, ooh, look, this building is 200 years old. We literally found places within, like, less than 3 hours distance to Pint that were big, fancy historical ruins and such, and we were just like, Pint! A slow turn to stare? Yeah. If only there was any history in Great Britain. If only. Here's another view. This was the staircase that was up to the parapets. The interesting thing about Berglin, however, was telling someone in Givandung that they're doing cosplay. No, Klinger. Like, on the picture for the event, it said cosplay. And they had somebody that was in like an anime night cosplay in it. So it said also cosplay. It had like period dress people and cosplay on the flyer. It was for both. Pint could go to Roman baths. I know. Real cosplay. Yes, cosplay. Yeah, the interesting thing about this castle, though, so the building for it started in like the 1200s, and the lord of the castle, he started off, and it just was really the moat and like a wooden structure, and he made an agreement with the church, which was common during the time, that if he did what they wanted to, they would fund him building his castle. So, he went on some kind of crusades. He was following three other kings that were more decorated and more important than he was, with his little army of guys, so that he could get money so he could build his castle and have his land and everything. And the lead guy died like right outside of Constantinople. And then the other two guys started fighting, and so this guy who built Berglin would later start building Berglin, was like, I think the trip is done now. I'm gonna go home. I'm just gonna beat it. So he returned back, and he was inspired by the architecture that he saw along this crusade of sorts to build his own castle around. So a lot of the design decisions were based around what he saw and what they did crusading wise. So the castle wasn't finished until he was already dead. I think his son or his grandson was the one that actually like saw it through to completion. They did keep his bones though, and his bones are just straight up on display in the castle. You could just see the original guy who didn't get to finish his castle, but he had big dreams and Sir Robined his way back to the castle instead of dying. The next day, we went to the Aqua Zoo. And the Aqua Zoo is a small, old aquarium in Dusseldorf. And that was where the story at the start of Stream with Pint, when I was talking about how I got poisoned at the Indian restaurant. The toilet place! Yes. Very depressing as well. It wasn't actually too bad. They've been doing renovations on it. But yeah, it was really interesting. We had, there were like tons of kids. There were tons and tons of school children that were going through the Aqua Zoo, and we were just like, oh my God, there's so many kids. They're so loud. So many squeakers. It was just like wave after wave. Like one group would go through and we'd be like, sweet silence. And then there would be another wave of them and be like, oh, lordy. So here's my Nui with piranhas. Yeah, and then we went to the Indian restaurant, which was a decent walk away, and then I got poisoned and had to suffer through that, and then we ended up returning back pretty soon. And keep in mind, at this point in time, I had an inkling that I might have allergies, because I was like, wait a minute. I saw that, we'll get to that. I had an inkling I might have allergies. Because I was like, okay, wait, my sore throat was almost gone, but I was continuing to have I was having sniffles. I started having a really runny nose. My eyes were watering and such. And for those of you that have pollen allergies, I'm pretty sure that you were all like, oh, that's pretty standard for pollen allergy. In Canada, I don't have any level of allergy to pollen that has any notable amount. So I just thought, oh, I think my cold got worse or something. My face was like a fountain, a faucet, okay? Like any of you that are like, oh yeah, no, I've had like pretty bad allergies before, we have to blow your nose and stuff. No, I was taking those cough drops because I thought I was still sick because I was coughing. I was taking those cough drops that make your entire throat feel numb, that you can only have like 6 of them a day. I was blowing my nose constantly. My eyes were watering constantly. And then I was like, oh, you know what? I think I might have allergies. And the next day was Dokomi. So Grave had some medicine that was like cold medicine type. So I was just like, I took 2 pills from Grave. I don't remember what you gave me. One was for like a cough, cold, whatever. The other one was, so I got to Dokomi. We got to Dokomi on Friday morning. Literally all the drugs. I was not doing the smart thing. It was so warm. I was so uncomfortable. I was streaming snot. When we left in the morning for Dokomi, Pint was like, oh, you did your makeup really cute. You did like the red underlining for the under eye. No. My eyes were so irritated the entirety of Dokomi. I was pretty much just crying the entire time. It was bad. I have never had an experience like that bad. And it was warm. and it sucked. And I hate being warm. I hate being warm. And then apparently Dokomi's crowd control this year was like non-existent because they swapped from having full volunteers to having paid people. And of course, if you don't have full volunteers, which to be fair, good on the volunteers for standing up for themselves and not being abused for volunteering for an extremely busy con. But when you have a whole bunch of Europeans that all have different passing rules on what side of the lane you're supposed to pass, it just is not, there's nothing there. But anyways, so I got to meet Kira and I got to meet Lazy, and Lazy had brought me a bunch of drugs. So I had a one of the nose sprays. I had Belastin. The Belastin was, oh my god, godly. And then there was a nighttime one that I don't remember. It was an orange box. But Lazy very kindly wrote the instructions on the sides of the boxes of when I was supposed to use them. So yeah, the rest of the trip I was just doing all the drugs that Lazy gave me. Lazy goated with the drugs. Yup. So I unfortunately did not have a lot of because I had just taken the other medicine and I was really worried about like overlap. So I was just absolutely miserable for the majority of Dokomi. I was just too warm. I didn't take a lot of pictures because of how uncomfortable I was and like how difficult it was to buy stuff. So I didn't take a lot of photos, but one of the guests at Dokomi, I took a picture because of one lovely member of the chat. You were slaying nonetheless. Thank you, Pint. I was peak misery, but I got to see Ateru. I got to princess carry her. I princess carried Choco Jax. I got to meet with Yoshi and Momote. There's a really awesome cosplayer. His name's Gehe, and I got to meet him as well in person. And he's European, so like that was pretty awesome that we're able to get to meet. Because his cosplays are really awesome. We became friends through doing TikToks.
The cat is back.
That was it. We just became mutuals through
High.
TikTok, so I got to meet him. It was really cool. Didn't get to talk to like too many people because I was just like dying. I was dying of warmth. I missed meeting Ateru. Ateru was super duper sweet. It was super nice to meet her in person. We've both known each other since like the year we both started VTubing, so.
Oh, hi.
No, Geheicho. Cosplayer. They're, let me find. Geheicho. This my friend. So I got a picture of Gehe holding my Nui. It was super nice to meet some people. I also, Stella Chu, I'm friends with her, and she was one of the guests as well well, she was boothing. Was she a guest? She was boothing in the 18 plus area, so I went in there. Yeah. I was sweating buckets, and I love the heat. Nope. Did you get to visit Keiki Hime's booth? I did go past it. I did see her. Had no in-person interaction. I had messaged her about her booth and such, but the creator of Rent a Girlfriend was a guest at Dokomi. So I took this picture specifically to harass Blue because Blue is our resident doomed to keep up to date with Rent a Girlfriend each week and tell us about the chapters. Yeah. Have you been in the 18 plus section? Yeah, well, Kira was like, we were waiting for everything to open and the plus 18 like wristbands were there, and you can cut through the plus 18 hall to get to one of the other halls easier. And it's less crowded. So if you want a bathroom that doesn't have a lineup, plus 18 is where to go. You just have to walk past a lot of interesting imagery on the way over. And beer. Yeah, they have beer in there too, true. Yeah, so yes, I was in the plus 18 area. I did see that they had like a arcade game setup area. I don't know if I have too much interest in any of the arcade games that they had, but you could probably look up if you are. Yeah. When DM was talking to her friend, I stood next to a very adult robotic object. It was a vibe. They had an entire mannequin that was outfitted with electronics. Very interesting. Lots of furry stuff. Interesting. Anyways, we only went to Dokumi on Friday because it was very busy and conventions are very stressful for Grave. She had a nightmare about like having a booth and then having nothing there and having people like interrogate her on where her booth was. And I was just like, oh no. So yeah, Grave's not good with cons. Grave have PTSD. The weather though, near the end time of Dokumi on Friday, the sky turned gray and you heard thunder and then the rain started and it was very cool. He said he was stuck in the train overnight. So let me tell you what we ended up doing. So, Krefeld, on a good day, takes, for us to get from our hotel to Krefeld Station, was a 15-minute walk. To get to Krefeld Open, which was the one we would normally use, it took a 10-minute walk. And then it would be another 40 to 50 minutes on the train if the train is not delayed. However, if you have a light party that is 4 people, the standard Uber seats 4 people. And from Krefeld to the convention center, it is 30 minutes and 20 euros. Less than 20 euros. So, we just Ubered to and from for Dusseldorf time. Because then we had our own car that we were just going on that. But when Dokumi ended, of course, there's surge pricing for Uber. So we ended up walking an additional hour to near-ish where the Aqua Zoo was. And by the time we got out there, the prices had returned back to normal again. And then we just took an Uber back to Krefeld and it was cheaper than the one on the way. And it was great. We waved to the people who were crammed into the train because we were walking along the route. So, yeah, we waved at the people in the stinky train. A couple people waved back at us and smiled. It was really cute. So yeah, we took the Uber to and from for Dokumi, and that's what I would recommend if you are outside of the city area, you're staying somewhere else. Yep. I met German Miku on our walk through the German suburbs. Yes, and you shouted a meme at her and she seemed very confused. But yeah, then we got back with just barely enough time to hit the grocery store for a couple of snackies. And then the next day, while it was still Dokumi happening, we went around Dusseldorf instead. And yeah, we went around Dusseldorf, and we walked around Dusseldorf, and we walked around Dusseldorf, and we saw these are our baby geese, and Dusseldorf, and there's the parents in Dusseldorf. And I went to a recommended place for lunch because people were like, oh, you're in Dusseldorf, you should go to Cult Kebab because they have roasted vegetable kebab. Not bitten? Nope, not bitten. It was really heartening. All of the people interacting with wildlife I saw in Germany had better demeanor than in North America. So that was really nice to see. There was nobody really harassing any of the birds when they came close. They were just keeping their distance and letting the birds approach them. They're not Canada geese? Oh yeah, they are. If people would have walked forward, they would have started hissing. We saw some hissing at a kid, but then the dad noticed what the kid was doing and he like grabbed the kid away. Cult kebab, yeah, I went. I didn't say where I got it. I didn't get the gemüse, the grilled vegetable one, but I did get one that was with grilled halloumi, which is cheese, and then also with the roasted veggie, and then I got a spezi, which is the cola and orange. Yeah, I split off from Grave and Pint and Choco Jack so that I could go get the veggie option. And then they went to a Thai restaurant? I don't remember. They went to an Asian restaurant, and then they had issues because the lady that they wanted to pay with didn't speak English at all. Pho. We ate pho and Choco hated it. Nice. That's Fritz Cola? Yeah, but it's cola and orange, which is spezi. And then... this was the bathroom in Cult Kebab. And it's kind of hard to see from this picture, but there was a gap there. There was a story told with this door. Because, like, the lock and the door handle and everything. So this door got kicked in. Simply put, that's what it was. Are you sure this isn't from the set of a horror movie? That's fine. Environmental storytelling, yep. I was just like... because of course I was looking for a bathroom, and if you eat somewhere, then you can use their toilet. So that's what I did, hehe. Here you go, here's your spezi. And for those of you that go, oh my god, spezi zero? Why would you spezi zero? This was literally garbage that was on top of a garbage can. I just took the picture. Did the others try spezi? Yes. I think, maybe. I had real spezi later. That is actual spezi, but this is the 0 one, and that also, this was also a point of contention. And then I also had some people that on Twitter were like, where in Eastern Europe are you, when they saw this picture? What is this spezi I keep hearing about? So spezi is cola with orange. Like orange syrup, orange flavor syrup added. But yeah. Is spezi a pop? Yep, it's a soda. It's cola. It's cola with orange. So is it like Fanta? No, it's like mixing Fanta with Coca-Cola. The picture, if you take away the spezi, could be anywhere in Central EU. Did you not go anywhere to eat German food? I see you ate Asian, but not much else. I was deferring to the food choices for most of the people in the group, and for some reason, everybody kept wanting to go get Asian food. And I was like, guys, getting Asian food in Germany is kind of equivalent to getting Mexican food in Canada. Also, Döner is German, yeah. This is a German adaptation of, it is a food that was brought to Germany and then has been enveloped. Also, Grave does not like bread or potatoes. To be fair, the Japanese food in Dusseldorf is pretty good. It is not worth the prices that they had. Bread, potatoes, and sausage, I hate them. Get me out of here. Yep, Grave doesn't like those. Yeah. Döner is German. Yep, there you go. We had bratwurst, spaghetti. Yeah, we're getting to spaghetti ice. This is the closer view of that building because I thought it was interesting. We had, okay, listen, Germans, when you're recommending things in Germany, you need to tell people to get spaghetti ice. Because nobody recommends that. Anytime they're like, oh, you're going to Germany? Oh, you should try Döner. Oh, you should try spezi. Nobody says, oh, you should try spaghetti ice. Spaghetti ice is extremely German. Tell them to have spaghetti ice. I adore spaghetti ice, and there are not enough people that are aware that this is a thing that exists in Germany. Because we don't know that the rest of the world doesn't know it. That's not very German of you. You need to find one specific thing in your culture to lord over other people. Spaghetti ice. What is it? Okay, so what spaghetti ice is, proper spaghetti ice. Underneath what you can't see here is that there is a dense layer of sweetened whipped cream. Then, over the top of it, they put vanilla ice cream through a extruder, either like a denser, like a wider garlic press, essentially, and you make it look like spaghetti over the top. Peeps, the number of Germans that I've heard talk about their beer purity laws and stuff, you know, potato ricer also works, yep. And then you have strawberry sauce to mimic the pasta sauce, and then you have shredded white chocolate flakes on top to mimic the Parmesan cheese. Pretty sure me and Lacey are always talking about it. No. That does sound banger. It's very good. This is a special way of having ice cream in Germany. There's a whole bunch of variants of it now, but that's spaghetti ice. So the strawberries are more of a fancy thing here. Well, the ones that are added on the side, but for the most part, the ones I see almost always have a strawberry sauce on top, like a syrup. The ice cream freezing the whipped cream makes it taste 100 times better. Yes. The guy that invented it is still going strong, and I still haven't tried the OG from him. I must go. I must go. If you want spaghetti ice, just buy vanilla ice cream and get some strawberry sauce. No, Thrud, you need the whipped cream underneath. That's a key component. Otherwise, that's just vanilla ice cream with sauce. That's not spaghetti ice. Different variants, like how diverse. There was a pistachio version. There was a hazelnut version that I saw. Depending on how cute the ice cream parlor is, they do try to make it mimic different ones. So I saw that was like a rosé carbonara style one that was using a white chocolate cherry sauce with like little like white chocolate chunks that were also pink to look like little like bacon and such. There's some that go hardcore with their spaghetti ice. All right, I'm telling you, you gotta go get spaghetti ice. Just get a potato press with holes, put vanilla ice cream, presto, you got spaghetti ice. Of course, put whipped cream below. You could do it at home, but also just having somebody else bring it to you is really nice. Are those? Oh, no, they're not skewered. They were staying there on their own. The ice cream was just holding them. It was really good. It was tasty.
Welcome back. Girldom bounce, girldom speed.
But spaghetti ice is just a scam price-wise. Thrud, if you're going to another country to have specialty fancy food, it is no longer a scam for the price. Because I cannot tell you the number of times I have watched tourists have overpriced poutine because they're like, ooh, I'm in Canada, I need to have poutine. All right? It's not overpriced. If you're going there for travel, if you're on vacation and you're traveling around, that's a really boring vacation. Oh, okay, you're in Germany. All right, go buy ice cream and strawberry sauce and then make this in your hotel room and look at everybody else walking around outside. Ain't no way. Anyways, here's more Dusseldorf. Maybe that's why no German is recommending it. For us, it's just overpriced ice cream. It's not even that, though. Y'all are just not... You're not wise. That's it. Because I was finding ones that were. It's a German sundae. That's the equivalent. It's not. It's fine. It's delicious. No whimsy. Yeah, you are not whimsy pilled. I am assigning you a new hobby. Any of you that are saying that it's overpriced, your new hobby is making spaghetti ice at home. Okay. Were you at Dokumi? Yep, just on Friday though. Germans are not whimsy pilled? Yes, they are. They have cuckoo clocks and nutcrackers and various chocolates and luck bug chocolate and bookstores that are funny. Germans are totally whimsy pilled. The problem is that when they speak to you, they don't change their expression and everything is in monotone, so you think that they're not whimsical. They are. What's bug chocolate? Chocolate? They have a ladybug. It's a ladybug it's a chocolate ladybug and it's a luck bug. I mean, you just called the Japanese food in Dusseldorf overpriced. The difference with that one is because I'm not going to eat Japanese food in Germany as my primary choice for things. Pint, the restaurant we went to for the sushi was fine. I'm not going to seek out quote-unquote good Japanese food in Germany when I regularly go to Japan. I was saying from personal eyes on that, okay? It's different when it's the native foods. Yeah, it's different when it's the stuff that like is made in the country, you know? Did you have some good Kartoffelsalat? I had Kartoffelsalat from Edeka. Which one takes longer to fly to, Germany or Japan? From Calgary, both of them are 9-hour flights, so pretty much the same. It's just Japan is a lot cheaper. But yeah, and then here is, so Pint on her travel and adventure arc has never been to a tower in a city. Cheaper, really, for food? Oh yeah. I can go to the convenience store and get a rice ball for 200 yen, guys. Ah! Did you have Laugenbrezeln? Of course I did. Almost every day. So, Pint had never been to a tall tower before. Oh, you're talking about food? I thought it was flight prices. From Calgary to Germany or Calgary to Japan, the flight is pretty much the same. If I book at least 3 months in advance, it's gonna be like 1,300 Canadian regardless of which destination I choose. It's about the same for both. Is this the leg of a table? No, this is a tower. This is the Dusseldorf Tower. And Pint was like, I've never been up one of these towers before. And she didn't realize that it's not... like, it's high up. It's high up. That's... yeah. You went to the Rhine Tower. Yeah, we did. We went to the Rhine Tower. So yeah, we went up to the very top and Pint was like, I was kind of expecting there to be more stuff up there. And we're like, no, you just go up high, look out the windows, be like, ooh, look over there. Ooh, look over there. You know? Did you go to the viewing platform or restaurant? We went to the regular viewing platform. Take some photos, you get up high, you come back down again, you take pictures. They have little like text pasted on the windows that tells you, oh, in this direction is Cologne. Oh, the Rhine is over here. Like, resist the call of the void. Yeah, the other thing is that on this trip, Pint discovered that she has a fear of heights. So the tower was really funny for me because I kept telling Pint to stand closer and closer to the windows so that we could take pictures. Good time. Good time. And then I went to dinner with Grave with a bunch of Grave's Artist Alley friends. Did you also make sudden falling movements? No, I wasn't that mean. Although, the tower does lack one of my favorite things in one of those really tall towers that Skytree has, which is a glass panel on the floor, so you can stand directly above that. If we would have had that, I probably would have jumped on that while Pint was standing on it, if I could have convinced her to stand on it. But anyways, we went to a really nice Mediterranean place for dinner, and it was really funny because all the artists got, like, really nice little, like, cocktail drinks and such, and then I got the largest size of beer that they had. And I had fish with potatoes. It was pretty good. The staff was really nice. Saw a bunch of your Germany pics on Blue Sky, and you have such a good eye for photography. Thank you. Spätzle? No Spätzle, but I do have... I can make Spätzle at home. And I have. So I didn't have Spätzle. I almost did, but the times that I was, like, able to get Spätzle, I wasn't really feeling like having Spätzle. This is Krefeld. What kind of fish? I don't remember what it was. I think it was a trout. And then this was our Krefeld Opum station. I took this picture the day that we were going to Duisburg. Best looking place in Krefeld. Yeah. Yep, so this was our station that when we were taking the train, was generally to and from here. But the reason why Duisburg is cool is because of a park that we were affectionately calling Living Memory. So, Duisburg is a economically depressed town because it used to have a lot of manufacturing and industry production plants and such, and a bunch of those closed down. And so now what you have is a bunch of people that don't have a lot of money, that no longer have a decent way of getting income. So it's known for crime and being dirty and gross, and a lot of people don't like Duisburg. Even though it's actually the copied factory. No, it's Living Memory at night. It's the copied factory in the daytime. Will you show the t-shirt pic? No, I will not show the t-shirt pic. Lazy gave me an 8XL shirt to see how it would fit on me. And
Welcome back.
If I put a belt on, it is a knee-length dress. I also gifted one to Otter. Oh my god, me and Otter, the next time we meet up, we can both wear our 8XL Lazy shirts. So anyways, they have, and she got stuck sleep. Oh my goodness. So Duisburg Industrial Park. It is the Landschaftspark Duisburg Nord. And it is a public park that was designed in 1991 and by a artist who wanted to heal and understand the industrial past rather than reject it. So it uses the site of a coal and steel production plant that was abandoned in 1985. And it has a whole bunch of light installations, and there's art installations, and there's food there, there's cycling paths, there's a whole bunch of free open rock climbing exhibits that you can climb on that are in like the old cooling pits. It's a really, really cool park, and it's open 24 hours a day. And if I lived anywhere near here, I would just make bank by bringing tourists or cosplayers here and taking pictures of them. Like, they have a jump tower, they have a climbing, like they have a rope park part in it. There's a big water chamber that you can go diving in. We saw 2B cosplayer having bratwurst. There was a 2B cosplayer there while we were there. But it is just this abandoned industrial production plant that was from 1985, that in 1991, everything got like safetied. They screwed a whole bunch of stuff down and welded a whole bunch of stuff shut so that you can't really like do too much bad. And they also regularly have filming from movie studios in the park. I believe, according to what we saw, one of the Hunger Games movies had filming here. So cool there, especially at night. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like glowing like LED stuff set up in the evening. So like We were calling it Living Memory because the pictures that we saw made it look like Living Memory for the nighttime one. But since Germany is at roughly the same part of the height on the globe as Alberta is, sunset is not till 9:30 p.m. and we were not going to be staying out that long, that late to wait for it to get dark. Was Sveen there? No Sveen. But yeah, there are lots of interesting art installation things. What was the park called again? Landschaftspark. Landschaftspark. And it's just this really cool industrial park that was, I don't know why that's not loading all the way. It's this really cool industrial park and you can just walk around everywhere and look at all the old machinery and take pictures, and everything is like safety down. They have warnings and stuff. I had a falafel burger with French fries at the park because they have like food things. There's a little museum there. There's a restaurant there. While we were using the bathrooms, that's where we had a German guide that was like, we speak German here, in German, while he was wearing a shirt that had English on it. And I did not feel like getting into an international argument, so. But yeah, I took some cute pictures of the Nui. You should have told me earlier inside America. No, he said it so quietly. I was like, this is so terribly German of the guy to be like, oh, we speak German in Germany, as quietly as possible. I was like, you don't even have the Aya to like stand up in front of us and try to confront us. You have to just be like as quietly and submissively as possible. Good job, buddy. Nice English shirt. You're gonna get in your car and listen to the radio that's like 90% English music. Anyways. But you could have said you fought a German. Fair? I didn't really want to, though. But yeah, more cool. Like, look, is this not just the copied factory? I think there's a guy like that in every country. Like, especially if you're in like an economically depressed area where, anyways, I could bemoan people complaining, well-behaved tourists, but there's no point to it. Nah, this is the original factory. True. But they had a bunch of explanations in German about what the different parts of the factory were used for and what years they were used for. They even had some old photography about it. It was really, really cool. I would just come back here and just take more pictures, show up in cosplay. There was a ton of graffiti. I wish I would have, not saying that I did or anybody did or that I would. I'm just saying, I wish I had stickers. I should have made the net here stickers. I really should have. I really should have made girldm ones of those. Did you try out the slide? No. Now, there's definitely parts of the park that if you were really stupid, you could hurt yourself on. But if you just followed everything, that was like the guide rails and everything is completely safe. It's one of those situations where it's like if you're out hiking and there's like a guide path and you leave the guide path, you're kind of stupid. That's on you, right? But yeah, I took more pictures. I was very happy to have my horrible child along with me in my bag so that I could take pictures. Yes, John, that kind of sticker. But it was so cool to walk around. The park is huge. There's a cycling path that goes through it. You could just spend hours going around taking pictures and doing stuff. Rux! Thank you for you're one of the people that I missed seeing at Dokumi. That was like, I wish I would have survived better from allergies to track you down. But I'm sharing my pictures from my Germany trip. Because I only went to Dokumi one day and the rest of the time was Germany trip. And then the day after we went to Duisburg, also Choco Jax and I can never go back there ever again. Just I was at Dokumi only on Friday. Only on Friday. Yeah, so we had byang noodles in Duisburg. They're really, really good. That was probably like the second best Asian food that they had there, I think. I was a little bit overheated, so I had blanched spinach with sesame, which is really, really good. That was really nice. And I also had a drink as well. Yeah, this is just my iPhone. Yeah. These are all iPhone pictures. So yeah, Duisburg, near the main station, there is a byang noodles place that's really, really good. So if you are in the area, or if you find yourself going to the Landschaft Park, you should go there. Another Asian restaurant, Blarney. Remember what I said? I was letting everybody else choose. There's so many like vegetarian options on menus in Germany, though. That was actually mind-blowing. It's better than Canada for vegan and vegetarian. Crazy dio. But yeah, we went there, but the women's bathroom, both of the toilets said that they were broken. And I picked the noodle place. It was good. Yes. Repeat that. Go where if we go to Landschaft Park? Near Duisburg Hauptbahnhof. There is a byang noodles place. Byang. So those are the hand-pulled noodles. There's this tiny byang noodle place. I think that's the only one that's there. And they have very good food there. But we both had to leave because the way that the toilets were broken, it was if you flush the toilet, the water continues to go up. Anyways, the next day we went to Cologne. Getting there was a little shady. I understand why everyone warned us about Duisburg. I mean, it wasn't anywhere near as bad as anything I've seen in Calgary, but I've walked through the most dangerous districts in Tokyo at night by myself. So smart? No. Familiar with walking like you have purpose and not checking your phone too much so that you don't look like you're a foreigner? Yes. You know? Köln! So this is Cologne, and this is the cathedral, which is the big pretty place. Why would you do that, DM? I didn't want to take an Uber back to our hotel that was in the middle of the red light district, so hehe. I've already saved it from one of your recommendations before, thanks. Yeah, so this is the Kölner Dom in German, or the Cologne Cathedral, which is very big, very pretty, very Dark Souls. It's just, I've been here before. I think it's really neat. I like seeing all the historical architecture. And I like seeing all the mosaic work. I like seeing the dead guys around the back of the altar area with their sculptures. I like the door handle, which I don't know why this one is also. Why are you like this? Is it because, I think it was because I took screenshots of these ones and saved them when I was sharing. That might have been it. This is the view from the top of the Cologne Tower, like, that you can climb. This is the view outside of it. So you can pay, what was it, 8 euros, 10 euros, 12 euros for the opportunity to climb. To climb. So there is a tower, the bell tower, in fact, and you can go all the way up the bell tower and take the stairs. And so all of us went up there, and Pint was not prepared because while she may have world record climbs in Final Fantasy XIV, when it comes to Dark Souls, I fear she did not put points into stamina. And there's not really any good resting spots on your way up the tower. So it was really funny because I was staking pretty close to Pint. Grave and Choco Jax went further ahead for the most part when they were going up because Choco needed to, well, Choco and Grave were just up. And Pint was like, this is a lot of stairs, guys. And I remember because I went around, it's a round staircase all the way up. It makes you pretty dizzy when you're going. And I remember that like, I looked behind me and I realized I didn't see Pint anymore. And I call back and I was like, Pint, are you okay? And I just hear her go, when I climb, climb. Just like, which for those of you that don't know, that is one of the boss fight songs in Arcadian. Yes, but we got all the way up to the top of the tower. We took pictures outside of it. You can see here there is some scaffolding. A good majority of half of the cathedral does not currently have scaffolding on it, which makes good for pictures. You can exclude them from your photos when you take them. Yeah. So, but I really like the architecture and seeing like all the gargoyles and the sculpts, and it's really pretty. It's cool. And it gets more and more narrow and narrow and narrow and narrow. And once you get to the very, very tippy top, the stairs are not renovated. So you do have the worn away by the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are going up these stairs, historically stairs that you can slip and fall and die. My favorite part. Annoyed by people who got tired and stopped to rest by holding the bar and blocking the way. Yeah, I don't like that. You have to go there. Oh, no. We were there when they were ringing the bell. But we didn't have the one with all of the bells. I think one of them fell, so they only ring it during very specific times now. Nice little dip in the middle of the stair. Was it extremely loud? Very. Mm-hmm. My smartwatch was like, hey, the audio level has peaked past 90 decibels. You should be really careful. You're gonna have audio problems. Yeah, no, it's very loud. Yeah. But yes, my favorite part on here, please note, there is no lift. But yeah, there's 533 steps. It is 332 feet. And yeah, so we got all the way up. I think if you can find records of people that went up the tower without other people there. And I think the fastest one was like 5 minutes or something to go all the way up there. That's a lot. That's a lot of steps in 5 minutes. Redeems are temporarily unavailable. Yes, because the ones that are on there are ones that require me to have other plugins available. So normally ascent and descent is 30 minutes. 500 steps doesn't sound like a lot, but usually they're pretty steep. They're steep and it goes in a circle. So it is just a spiral tower with no rests until you get past the bell tower, and then there's a slight area you can sit down, and then you can climb the very, very peak part. It's a lot of steps. 100% of the people who got to the top were beyond winded. Yep. A lot of people KO'd. Oh, no, we saw people that just tapped out. They paid to go up, and they didn't make it halfway, and they had to turn around and go back down. How likely is it to actually, slip and fall and die? Well, depending on how busy the tower is, some people, when they try to push past you, do not realize how large their bodies are, and they could definitely push you down the stairs, and it is a spiral staircase, so... How much was it again? I think it was 8 pounds? Not 8 pounds, not 8 euros, not pounds, euros. I think it was 8 euros. When we were like halfway down, I kept telling people climbing that they were almost to the top. Yes, you did. And after we finished climbing the Kölner Dom, we went to Früh, which this is a German food place. See, we did. I had Kartoffelpuffer. Oh my god, German food place. Yes, I also had the Früh beer. I had the Kush. I had Kush finally, because there were people that were like, where's the Kush? Your pictures have no Kush. And I was like, guys, I am hopped up on 5 different allergy medicines right now. I need you to not ask me to take alcohol, okay? So I had Kartoffelpuffer, which are potato pancakes with apple compote. And then me and Pint split etwas mit Vanillesoße. Yeah, we could have also visited the treasury, but we had limited time in Cologne and we wanted to get some shopping done. And by the time we were finished here, we had like 2.5 hours before 6 p.m. when everything closes. And I took this picture because they had this nice historical painting, and you can see that the waitstaff man is using the same device that they still use for bringing the beers over, which was really neat. And this place was really funny because so we all of us except for Grave ordered our food off of the regular menu, and I lucked out because the Kartoffelpuffer are only a Monday? They have a specific day of the week where they serve them. Otherwise, they don't have them. So I was able to get them because it's a specific day of the week and I was able to have it and it was delicious. And so I had that. Monday? Yeah, okay, Monday. Yeah, Monday. Oh yeah, because we went to the Landschaftspark on Sunday. That was it. So we had the Monday option for the food, so I was very happy that I got the Monday special because I like potato pancakes. Potato pancakes with apple compote. But Grave wasn't very hungry. So she ordered off of the kids' menu. And they patronized me. Our staff guy was he was a whimsical older German man. And when Grave like ordered on the menu, he like held his hand down to like child's height and like raised his eyebrows like, Kinder. And we're like, yes, she wants off the kids menu. And he was like, okay. And then he comes back over with the paper placemat that they give to the kids. Oh, no worries, Sam. The VOD will be up on YouTube. I might have to mute the entire section about meth, though, if I get demonetized, though, so. Yeah, he brought no crayons, though. Brought the kids' menu over, and then when he brought the food over, he was very whimsical about it as well. It was very, very funny. I was just like, hey, I like that guy. But one thing about Germany is that the table service is not very fast. Like, one of the most difficult things about a restaurant in Germany when you're on a time limit is trying to, like, summon your staff person so that you can pay for your food. We were like sitting there being like, okay, we want to pay so that we can leave and go shopping, but we were delayed like 30 minutes. Turtles? I'm Canadian. It's tagged everywhere. You need to enjoy your speaking time with your friends. Yeah, but we talk the entire time we walk. I am aware that it's like a cultural thing, but it was just like a pain in the butt to try to find. Canadians too, thank you. You can pay at the counter? No. We tried. Thread. We tried. I swear it's so bad. 100% agree. Whenever you want to pay, they just vanish. Yeah, I know. Eating in Germany is a very social type of event. You're expected to take a while, and they don't want to hassle you or make you take too much. Like, don't want to make you feel like you're being rushed through your meal. So. And after we asked, he took another 10 minutes. Yep. Maybe they were very busy? No. They were not. Anyways. It was empty, yep. But it was a nice place to sit down and finally have some nice German food. It was nice. I don't know what he was doing. He was whimsical. He was whimsying off where we couldn't see. That's just bad service. It kept happening. It kept happening. Like every place that we went to, unless we could like flag our staff person down, they were not. Just lift your arm and call out that you want to pay. What do you think we were trying to do? We had to find and flag him down. Anytime that we signaled for like anything, if it wasn't our guy, they just walked past. Did not matter, did not care. Anyways, so Cologne is the original location where Cologne is from. Sounds like backseating in the YouTube chat. It does sound like backseating. I have half a mind to start charging people for telling me retroactively what we should have done. Not try, just do it. Hey, do you see the backseating tax message that's pinned there? Remember to buy the merch. Yep, remember to buy the merch. Anyways, so we did go. There's apparently 2 locations that have that argue that they are the originators of Cologne in Cologne. So I bought some of these from Farina, their original eau de cologne. It smells really good. I'm kind of kicking myself now because I bought 3 of the really, really tiny bottles, 2 for friends and 1 for myself. And then I got home and like had a chance to actually smell it. And I was like, I should have bought a bigger bottle. Because I really like how this smells. It's very light. It's very refreshing. It's a very nice, subtle smell. And then Mom DM, because she saw my pictures that I was posting on Twitter and talking about things. Mom DM's Omi wore the other brand, which is like, what, 1477 or something is the number for it. And it smells, she said that one smells like her Omi. So I was like, oh, man. Buying that with allergies is a rough start, though. Yeah, that was probably the main issue. I had inhibited sense of smell because of all of the allergy stuff I was doing. But Mom DM was like, yeah, my Omi wore this one. She always smelled like this. And I was like, oh. Did you see the cathedral in Cologne? Yep. Farina is the good one. The other's mass-produced stuff. 4711. Yeah, that's the one that Mom DM's Omi. Her Omi uses that one. Echt Kölnisch Wasser. That's the one that she used. So Mom DM actually has some of the 4711 bottles that she inherited when my Omi passed away. Welcome back from Germany. Hi Joel. Omi meaning mother? No, Omi means grandma. Were they expensive? Yes. For me as a Canadian, with where the exchange rate is, yes. Did you bring me back bread? I did. Of course I did. I think if I would have gotten this bottle, I think it was like 35 euros or something, which is like 60 Canadian. So I hope it's good Schwarzbrot. I love Schwarzbrot. Oh my God. I bought a pack of that from the grocery store when we were in Krefeld because we didn't have any restaurants nearby. So anytime I was hungry, I was like, heck yeah, Butterkäse and Schwarzbrot. 4711 is the cologne that Napoleon was wearing as well. Yeah. It was this one. This stuff smells really good though. I am glad that I got the little 10 euro bottle. So it was very nice. This is a cool bookstore that we walked past. Didn't go through, but I was like, I like seeing that, you know? Would you say Canada's a lot cheaper than when I look at the US, even though the euro is stronger, the prices there are so crazy to me? I don't think the euro is stronger than USD currently. I think it's opposite because I think like 10 euros is 7 USD right now, but 10 euros is like 15 Canadian. Oh, okay, it's not too bad, but the USD is still, they're very close right now. Don't scare me like that, DM. Yeah, it's fine. Exchange rate's terrible for Canadians right now. I was like, look at that, 10 euros is 16. It was bad. But anyways, this is more Cologne. We were walking around, checking out various shops, getting shopping done. They just have random historical ancient structures around. Don't gaslight us like this. Of course I will. Some nice whimsy here with bright pink building. I heard that buying video games in Canada isn't very fun at the moment. Yeah. What's a current game that's a higher end one? Let's see. Oh, okay. 007 First Light is $90. Subnautica 2 is $40. Paralives is $50. Crimson Desert is $90. Neo 3 is usually $19.99. Resident Evil 9? Ooh, that's a good one to look up. Is that Requiem? Requiem is $95 Canadian. Resident Evil 4 is normally $60 Canadian. Deltarune is 33 Canadian. Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash is 80 Canadian. Hunt Showdown is 40 Canadian. Canada expensive. Expensive. I did see the Jujutsu Kaisen Vampire Survivors game. Yes, I did. Anyways, here's more cologne. We were walking around because Grave found 2 random historical things. So that first one was a guard gate that was relocated to where that was, but it is a very old one. And then this is just a no further information Roman tower. Like, there's no plaque or anything. It's in the middle of some random park. What's that in my hand? That is the limited edition German McDonald's Germany pie. And inside it has mango and strawberry sauce, and it's not that tasty, but it's okay. I think some of these ones are ones that I'd saved from Twitter, so they got blurry, but that was just an interesting looking one. This is one of the other cathedrals that's in Cologne. Standalone Nintendo Switch 2 is $630 before taxes. Yes. Germany pie? Yeah, they have Germany pie. And here is a view of the Rhine. And this one's really pretty, but I saved the low resolution one again. It showed up regular resolution on the viewer thingy, but anyways. Nane. Nane just gifted me the Deltarune. With all the message was, text-wise, was please, 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 please. Thank you, Nane. Here's the bathrooms. So this was the bathroom from the Thai restaurant we went to in Cologne that had very mushy rice. It wasn't the best, but the bathrooms were all the way down this like spooky staircase, and it was really interesting. So is that all I gotta do to get you to play 9 Souls? I have 9 Souls. Sad. Back to coding I go. Okay, Nane. Ben. Okay. Oh, wait. I can't. I live in a different country. It doesn't let me. Nope.
Girldom salute Nain is best elf alchemist.
Nope, it's Ben. It says that we can't because I live in a different country. So I guess Nani's the winner here. She gifted me Deltarune before you could. He tried to add me for a Steam family member, but doesn't work internationally. Unlucky. What does Ben want you to play? Every game. Ben will list off games. I'll be like, oh, I've never played any of those ones. And he'll be like, there's time. We have so much time. He's got the good stuff. He does. He has a whole bunch of games. But unfortunately, since I'm international, doesn't allow. Anyways, so this was in the basement of the place, the Asian restaurant we went to in Cologne that had a lot of food, but it was okay. Here is the cathedral again. This was a picture that I took when we were on our way leaving Cologne. Köln. No international families, nope. See, no scaffolding from this side. If you go to the other side of the cathedral, there is scaffolding currently, but low resolution again. I don't know why. On Google Photos, that's where I'm pulling these from. It has it in highlight resolution, but it just hates this one for some reason. Anyways, one of the places that I wanted to go to while we were in Cologne is a stationery store that is called Ortlofs. So Ortlofs is a stationery store that I think has been around for more than 100 years now. And they have a collaboration ink. They have 2 different colors. So this is the Cologne Rhine Water fountain pen ink collaboration that they have with Ortlofs. So it was just really cool. Most stores are stationary. You're so right, Clockwork. Your hand is stealing the ink? It is. It's sharpen it. I'm very excited to try using this. I haven't used it yet, though. But it's pretty. Can we mod this guy? Pint, you don't even have VIP. What are you doing? I should do that. I lost it when Grave banned me a year ago. Oh, true. I just forgot to reapply. Well, you're now VIP'd again. There we go. I never considered ink as a souvenir. That's cool, actually. Yeah, well, I like to find stuff that's, like, regional. Especially something this large. It's gonna take me a while to get through all the ink in here. They have 2 different colors. This one is a blue that has a red pink pigment in it. So it has kind of like it dries multicolored. And then they have another one that is more red, but I already have a bunch of red ink, so I was like, I should get blue. Just started in Calgary's probably just in BC about now. Ooh, nice. And then the day after Cologne was the day that Pint and Choco Jacks returned home again. So Grave and I split off and we took the early trip. And we went to Sankt Goar, also known as Saint Goar, which is a very, very small town that was founded a while earlier, but then renamed because there was a monk that was a hermit that was very kind and took care of a bunch of people in the area, so they named it after him. And yes, we did go into this shop here. The second floor is supposed to be a year-round open Christmas market, but it was closed. There was a nice old lady there that gave me alcohol, so I bought some tiny bottles from her. Bought some souvenirs in here, and they had a whole bunch of legitimate cuckoo clocks along the wall that I wish. I want a cuckoo clock. Someday I'll go back and I'll just go like get a legit one, because these ones were the really nice hand-carved ones that were really fancy. Why didn't you? No space. Saint Goar? G-O-A-R. But it is the first mention of this guy was like 555 AD And then as the town itself being referred to it as such was first documented in like the 1200s. So it has been around for quite a while. Lots of really old buildings, a very small population. According to 2024 population census, there were 2,900 people, more or less. So very small. Very cute. There was a puppet and teddy bear museum, but based off of how destitute everything looked, I don't think it no longer was open. I don't know when it closed, but I was kind of sad because it would have been really cool to go in, but the town has like no people in it. This is the main road. You can see the castle right at the end. That's Castle Rheinfels. They had a bakery. They had an ice cream place. Like 4 restaurants. And 4 or 5 hotels. But we went to this bakery. That's where I got the Nussecke. And I also got a pretzel, of course. And they had Lorelei bread and Ritterbrot, knight's bread. And according to the bakery signs, the recipes that they use for the Lorelei bread and from the Ritterbrot were both from the time periods when those were written. So, like, the Lorelei Brot was one that they said was from, like, medieval period, and the Ritterbrot is a slightly newer one. And then Grave and I proceeded to make the hike that was to get to that castle that's at the end of the road there. So we had to get all the way from where we were, all the way up to the top to Rheinfels Castle, or the ruins of it. Wee, ticks! And look! They have a weather rock! They have a weather rock! Very exciting. Pretty much it says, like, if the rock is wet, it's raining. If it has white on top of it, it's snowing. It tells you it's the rock. It's the weather rock. Was the weather rock accurate? It was. It rained a little bit, and it got, yeah. If the rock is invisible, it's foggy. Yep. If it's moving, it's windy. If it's bouncing up and down, there's an earthquake. If the rock is gone, it's been stolen. Doesn't have that one on there, but yes, very German humor. Here's another picture of a toilet. Because they renovated parts of the castle, and this is one of the bathrooms there. And the way that you flush the toilet is you do pull the lever off to the side there. But they renovated the bathroom using the same materials that the original castle would have been built in. Long toilet? No, it's just at 0.5 because it was a narrow toilet. And here's some views of Castle Rheinfels, which was built in 1200, and then the French exploded it in the 1800s. And they're working on doing restorative work on it. We unfortunately were like an hour and a half too late for the only English daily tour, so we couldn't go into the mines in the bottom of the castle, but we were able to watch a video on it, so. Isn't that where Tyrion Lannister shot Tywin with a crossbow? Could have been. And what was really, really cool was throughout all the different museum exhibits and everything, they had copies of pictures and illustrations and paintings that depict the castle historically. So, like, they had all of this imagery because, like, people have been traveling in this area and have been by these castles and seen all of these things for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and there of course were artists there, so you can see the paintings that the artists made of this area, and it's really cool. I thought that was neat. I like history a lot. If you go through it, you can fight Ornstein and Smough. Yes. Historic Insta-reels. Yeah, it's just really neat to see, like, all the historical stuff in there. Here's the dangerous toilet for men. There's 2 levers. I don't know why the ones that I posted, like, I had on stuff didn't save properly for that. I don't know why, but that's the dangerous pee. Snip, snip. There's 2 levers. Choose wisely. But yeah, history is really cool. I really liked seeing all of the paintings and depictions because, like, Castle Rheinfels has been mentioned historically across a wide variety of documentation. So very, very neat to see. Yeah, this is another one. Why did this not save nicely? When I open it on my screen, it's nice and high quality. But when it wants to show up there, it's poop quality. Why did you not save nice quality? It says that this is a 410 by 2660. Like, these are the high quality ones. But for some reason it didn't save them nice. Did you download it immediately after opening? It probably did that. I was probably too fast. This is the best Asian restaurant that Grave and I went to. It was in St. Goar. And this is in the basement of a 600-year-old house. The restaurant itself has been, they've had this place for more than 20 years, according to the signage said. Cellar Indian place? No, this is not Indian food. I had yellow curry and rice, and the rice was not mushy, and that was the only place the rice was not mushy. Now, I don't know if I saved... No, I didn't. Dang. I did share a picture on socials that's zoomed in on that bead curtain in the back, because it's a little bit hard to see, but that is the emergency escape. The bead curtain is covering a wrought iron ladder that is built into this 600-year-old house basement cellar that has an air vent coming out of it for Luft, because Luft, air, is very important in Germany. Fire hazard, yeah. So, yeah, we went and had our food down there. Grave got tipsy. It was very interesting to see. She just got very giggly. So this is the information about St. Goar being a UNESCO Middle Rhine World Heritage Site. So they had some signage that was in English and in German, thankfully. So it was interesting. They have historical thingies. Apparently there's musical performances that happen around St. Goar as well. So they have some tourism. They have some old houses. Fachwerk. This was the breakfast. So this is a very standard German breakfast. There ain't no one in this deserted city. Yeah, it was pretty empty. But this was our breakfast at the St. Goar Hotel. And it was really cute because when we arrived, a little eepy. When we arrived, the guy asked us what kind of bread we wanted. So I had multigrain bread, and we had 2 rolls each, and Grave had white bread. And then he wrote Grave's name on the placard, so it said, like, family Grave. And so we had to reserve what our Brötchen was in the morning. And then I had Butterkäse, so that's butter cheese, to eat with my bread. I had a apricot. I had muesli with yogurt. He brewed us coffee for our table as well. I had Nutella, orange juice. It was very, very nice. New family member DM, yep. Girl DM, member of the Graveweaver family. But this was very standard German breakfast, which I like a lot. I like having the fresh bread, and I really like Butterkäse a lot. And so I was just like, this is great, yummy, yummy. And then we went across, so that was morning of the next day, and we went across the river because there was a ferry that took you over to the other side, which was St. Goarhausen, which is even more abandoned and empty than St. Goar. There's no restaurants, really. There's a donut place, and that's it. There was a museum. The museum has been closed for God knows how long. Where's the egg? I didn't have an egg this time. There's spooky highway buildings that have these horrifying dark passages under the rail lines. Some of them are blocked off. Some of them are boarded up haphazardly with wood. And some of them are just overgrown, but you can just go through. So this was the Lorelei Rock view, and that blurry structure on the hill, that's Castle Cat. And this is the view of, this is St. Gore from the view from Lorelei Rock there. So you can see just the edge of the town, that the castle back there as well. With the construction crane, you can barely make out there. And behind my shoulder is one of the docks for the ferry. So that was one of the other views. Liebe Grüße aus Deutschland, danke. Here's two of the train tunnels that were near Lorelei Rock as well. This is actually from the base of Lorelei. So Lorelei Cliff is up that way. We could have taken 30 minutes to go up there, but we decided not to because everything was closed. And this is another view of Castle Cat, which you cannot go into because it is privately owned since 1989. I would love to go into Castle Cat, but this door does not open from this way. So, St. Gorhausen has a sister city in Japan. The sister city in Japan is Inuyama, which I have been to multiple times. And in Inuyama is one of the few, I think there are 12 castles in Japan that are still the original structures. Inuyama Castle is one of the original structures still. It is one of Nobunaga's castles that is in Gifu Prefecture that I have been to. I have been to Inuyama multiple times. So it's very interesting that Inuyama, Dog Mountain, is sister city with the Lorelei town, St. Gorhausen, which is overlooked by Castle Cat. So I was just like, no way, Inuyama! Cat and dog. Dog Mountain, Cat Castle, yep. And both of them have castles that are historical structures. Here's another view of Castle Cat before we got rained on again. And while we were walking here, we were just talking about Dracula the entire time because does this not look like the view that poor real estate agent would have had going to Dracula's castle? Like, looks very, very similar. That one I also saved too quickly as well, but this one was also on social media. There was apparently a fish market area here before, and they had this brass sculpture of a guy with a big fish, big salmon, so I put my Nui. And this was the bakery cabinet in St. Gore, before we left. So I bought, it's hard to see, it's in the bottom left corner there, those are Nussecke, so those are nut angles. Bakery. And then I also had one of the pretzels, of course. And on the back they had the bread displayed where they had the night bread and they had the Lorelei bread. Nut corners, I would say. Nut angles. It was tasty. Both Grave and I got one, and we consumed that for our long trip via the train to Frankfurt. Because that's this train ride was bad. Yeah. This train ride was... So first of all, we had to take multiple trains, but we bought the German train ticket. So there's this German train ticket that you can get at the start of the month that covers that month. You can't get it before that month, and you can't use it before that month. So all of the Dokumi traveling and stuff we couldn't do because it was at the end of June. We could not get that ticket, but no, end of May. But for the start of June, we could get the Deutschland ticket, which is 60 euros, and it is, you can ride pretty much everything except for the reserved really fast train. And so we had to ride the train from St. Goar to Frankfurt. And this train was... There was a middle schooler class that joined this train. Grave was pretty tired. She was dozing off during that. And so while I am watching, like, these kids... Because the train was really tiny, too. We had to move at one point because the train gets decapitated and only the first 2 cars continue onwards, which is a really stupid rule. The train was super packed, but there was this group of students that got on. It was very, very busy. The students were loud and annoying. They did do 6-7, which I thought was really funny. One kid literally ripped the back half of the pants off of the other kid. Like, his underwear and legs and butt were showing through his pants, and they were like, "Look, teacher, look!" And he's like, the teacher was just like, "Deine Hose isn't kaputt," and that was it. I was like, "Oh, okay." Just, "Oh, your pants are broken." That was it. He didn't care. And then when we transferred to the next train, it was okay for a little bit, but then it started to get busy. And on that train, I ended up scrounging a seat at one of the busier stations when a bunch of people swapped off. I managed to scrounge a seat and get my bigger bag onto the overhead holding thing. The man next to me was a nail biter and dutifully bit down every single nail on his hands. And then when he was done with that, he started rooting for gold in his nose, and then observing what he picked and rolling it in his fingers. And I was just like, okay. But poor Grave was trapped in the entryway area where there were a whole bunch of people. Also, no air conditioning, of course. There's no air conditioning. There's no fans or anything. No airflow going through the train. It was garbage. Is he a child? No, he was adult. Can I have a bean and dish? I should have gotten a bean and dish. I didn't get any when I was in Germany. Mom DM loves those. I'm sorry, I'm a nail biter too. Yes, but do you loudly, like, snip bite those in public on the train when you're next to people that you don't know? Yeah, so poor Grave. Oh, I thought a kid? No, this was like an adult man who was watching dubious TikToks on his phone. Did the AC break? No, it's Germany. Was it because of anxiety? No, he was just zoning out. Anyways, so Grave is like smushed in the entryways because the train is very busy. I managed to actually get the seat, but at the same time I was sitting here next to chewing his nails and getting snot out of his nose and rubbing it on the seats in front of him and the table. Man, and I was like, I don't like this.
You happen to meet the fellow named Noxera.
Grave is squished to death between people in the entryway. And as she gets squished, there's an older man that's in front of her who apparently, like, injured his hand before getting onto the train and is dripping blood onto somebody else's luggage in front of Grave. And Grave offers him, like, a napkin. She's got stuff in her bag. She offers him a napkin, offers him a Band-Aid. He refuses both of them and continues to bleed all over the place on the train for the next 30 minutes. And then notable other people that were on the train was a family that was letting both of their kids watch loud videos on their iPads. and literally free bleeding and staring at his bloody arm like those drooling meme cats on Twitter. Yep. Where exactly was the train? We were on the route between St. Goar to Frankfurt. And then there was this guy that his hair was so greasy. So he had long-ish hair. It was like past shoulder length. His hair was, and he was like completely tattooed. Mouth breathing very, very loudly, like in the walkway while listening to music, and his hair was so greasy that he had it slicked back into a ponytail, and he didn't have a ponytail holder. And he's just like, and so I'm next to like biting his fingernails off loudly, picking his nose. Grave has an old man bleeding in front of her, and we're just like, this is all the same ride. This is happening all at the same time. All at the same time. This is happening all at the same time. The disassociation train, for real. Like, it was crazy. And that was our intro into Frankfurt. Hooray for public transport. But hey, that wasn't the one that had puke on it, so that was interesting. That was a different day. So yeah, we got to Frankfurt. I saved this one too fast again. Dang it. This one was also up on social media. I hate Frankfurt. I hate Frankfurt. Here's Goethe's house. It's a reconstruction. For some reason, it got destroyed in 1944, and they rebuilt it to spec in 1949. And going through here, just was such a blatant revelation of how much of a nepo baby he was. His family was super duper well off. They had tons of money, had a ton of stuff. He could just look out the window and be rich and be like, I'm going to think about death now. Beautiful big open garden area with sculptures and things. Interesting house though. This was also a picture I put up on Twitter that's not pixelated on there because I saved it too fast apparently. This is his room of fancy oil paintings from 3 specific artists that he thought were really cool, and the entire room is filled with paintings. Hot chocolate cup collecting mom, yes. Basically German Thoreau, pretty much, yeah. So yeah, he had all that. This is the Frankfurt streetcars. Also, ice cream in Frankfurt, not tasty. I'm a bit picky when it comes to ice cream. Dusseldorf spaghetti ice, 10 out of 10. Regular ice cream in Frankfurt, dog water. Frankfurt sucks. I hate Frankfurt. Here's the town square marketplace that they rebuilt in 1949 for some reason, and apparently pre-1944 Market Square Frankfurt was so horrible that when they decided to rebuild it, they decided to go with the 1800 version, which was far superior. For some reason. Wonder what happened. Isn't that Romaplatz? One of the... everything in Frankfurt is just rebuilt. Aw, dang it. This one also didn't save well. Anyways, Frankfurt, I don't like. We went to an Italian place. I had salmon pasta. It was not tasty. Did you have cigar ice cream there? No, I did not. Anyways, so then to the next day, no, it actually was, yeah, the next day, we went to, me and Grave. Vast parts of the city kind of ceased to exist for some reason. Yes. The next day, Grave Weaver and I decided to escape the hell that was Frankfurt to go to Castle Epstein, or Epstein, as they say in German. Not related. So, here is Epstein's castle, the ruins of it. No relation. It's so funny because my best friend's brother had their wedding there. It's really neat. It's a neat castle. It definitely has a lot of the you'll slip and die, it'll kill you steps that are the original ones. It's another castle that was built like 1300s, 1200s. And the interesting... I am back, thank you. The interesting thing about this castle, though, is that during the early 1900s, they started doing stage plays in the ruins of the castle. And they've continued that tradition. We had actually just missed by 2 weeks the castle festival. You literally walked around in my neighborhood. Your neighborhood ain't got diddly squat. Frosty cut. There's nothing here. It's really nice, though. It's really cool. The castle's really interesting. It's very interesting to look at all of the old artwork here as well, because they had a museum that included a lot of depictions of things. So it was really cool to look at all of that. The castle was really neat. This is their guest book from 100 years plus ago, and you can see the date, the people, where they were from. So we also filled out the guest book as well. It was really cool. Here is Hildebrand at Castle Epstein for Final Fantasy XIV and recent news fans. Crazy collab, 76 years too late. But this is from 1950. So they've been having like these plays at the castle. Hildy! Yeah, they've had plays at the castle for more than 100 years. Here is the view of the town from the castle, which was pretty common. Usually you'd have the castle up in an area so that all the people in the town could have their homes lit on fire, run away screaming, like the Trogdor music video when you were getting invaded. But yeah, there's not a lot here. Very quaint, quiet little town. While we were there was literally nothing open. No bakery open. We did find a grocery store. There's an Edeka. Here's another view from the ruins of the castle. They do have renovation work that's going. If you live in Germany and you do want to go and make a trip out here, I do highly recommend, if you can, to donate to the castle, because they're redoing all the lights and they're a little bit short on donations for it. And it is a really, really cool castle with cool staff. So they had gardens and such there. This is the tower that is the Bettelturm, which in the basement they use for torturing people. And while you're in there, you can have like torturing stuff in there. They have nice torture sounds, cute illustrations and things. Just a really nice castle on top of a hill to go walk around. And this didn't save properly. Ag! I do have in here the cropped image of the older gentleman, but they have this, so they have a museum, okay? Castle Epstein has a museum. And Grave and I... Cute torture sounds. Yeah, did they have torture lessons? They did not, but I'm glad I did my torture lessons because that helped a ton. So Grave and I go into the museum, okay? And it's all, obviously, all in German. And there is this old man with walking difficulties, dressed as a medieval peasant, who approaches us and starts speaking to us in Old German, because I recognize that it was an Old German greeting, like in character, like an NPC. And both of us are just like, ooh, sorry, English? And he takes a moment, he pauses. And in accented English goes, I worked for IBM for 30 years. And then he, with all the excitement an elderly German gentleman with walking difficulties could manage, gave us the entire tour of this museum in Burg Epstein in English. He's been working there for 18 years as the guide. I do have a picture of him that I did put into the slideshow, so that should be, I should have that probably near the end of it because of how the ordering went. So, yes, so we had this nice old man and he was telling us all the various things. What was the greeting exactly? I don't remember what it was, but I did recognize like that he was doing a old German greeting because he was being in character. So it was like likely translated dialect stuff. Yeah, Grave has just posted the thing. I do have it in the slideshow though. I have a picture of him. He was very sweet, very excited about it. Walks around town in that outfit. I wouldn't be surprised, but he was all in character. He was very cute. This one doesn't load. But so we're in this lovely, lovely little town, right? And we've just walked all the way up this castle. They also had a castle tower that you could go up the stairs to. So we go up the stairs, we go look around, etc., etc. What castle is that again? Burg Epstein. It's spelled like Epstein, but with 2 P's. No relation. But yeah, he, no relation. So we're looking around for trying to find some kind of food option because we're like, okay, well, we could get back on the train and go back like into Frankfurt and try to find food, but Frankfurt sucks. I hate Frankfurt. So we are looking at Google Maps. I don't know what is wrong with Grave's Google Maps on her phone. Grave, I think you might have like a virus or something on your phone. Because Grave is searching things. Hi, Azaru! Grave is searching things on her phone, and she is not getting the same results searching that I am. And also, for some reason on her Google Maps, Epstein Station is, in parentheses, nicknamed Jeffrey Station. My Google Maps doesn't have any of that. I do not know what is up with Grave's Google Maps. It was not displaying, like, we would map out routes. It would give something completely different from mine with hers. When we're looking at restaurants and stuff, it wouldn't like list stuff either. American Google Maps probably. I don't know. Canadian one's good. Canadian one works, but it was just like, could be some personal settings on her end. I don't know about that, but yeah. So mine was working fine, but hers was not. Also, Azaru, I hope you had a good stream. I'm recounting my Germany trip and showing pictures I took. This is a town Epstein. No relation. But anyways, I am looking up and I see that there is an Italian restaurant. The Italian restaurant is a 23-minute walk away from where we are located. And so I turn to Grave and I go, hey, there's an Italian restaurant and it has good ratings, but it's a bit of a walk. And Grave goes, okay. So Grave does have a clip that she recorded with her walking in front of me, because we start walking and this goes through the middle of the forest. Like, we are walking along a footpath that is next to a small road through the woods. No buildings in sight. And Grave was just like, it's like, are you taking me to go get murdered? The murder path. And I was like, no, Google Maps says that there's a banger restaurant, Italian restaurant, and it says it's open. Even though it's midday pause time, like standard German midday pausing time it says it's open. Reviews say it has really good food. So, it sold grave to Epstein, not related. So we do our walk through the woods. There's mosquitoes, there's bugs. We're just like listening to the sounds of the birds. There's nothing else around us, barely. And we go around a corner. We are still like, there's no town. We're halfway through the woods. This didn't save nicely, unfortunately, but it is called Fischbachtal. And sure enough, one singular building on the side of the road in the middle of the woods along this path is an Italian restaurant that is open, and it is full of retired old people. So we go in, we sit down. They have handmade fresh pasta, and I got salmon tortelloni with a cream sauce and additional salmon with it, and that was 13 euros. And it was delicious. It was fresh. It was like there was no fishy taste. It was amazing. The tortellonis were huge. They used smoked salmon and cheese in the middle of them. They were decadent. Super great value. This is my plate of food. They gave you bread as well. When you sat down, they gave you a little free appetizer, which was the toasted bread with the finely chopped tomato and basil on top. I can't remember the word for it right now. It's very pink because the seating area had a pink tarp thingy over it. Actually insane price. Super duper fresh. So if you live in the area, bruschetta. Yes, that's what they gave you. Like you sit down, they give you bruschetta. They have like desserts and some of the best pasta I've ever had. Are you calling them tortellonis? No, tortelloni. These are tortelloni. They're jumbo-sized tortellini. Tortelloni. That's what it said on the menu. So I highly recommend if you're out and if you are like near Frankfurt, you can get to this place in like an hour by train and walking. Yeah, tortelloni. Yep. I was around here for a rock festival about 15 years ago. Yeah. It's Fischbachtal. I'm sorry, it's so blurry on here, but Fischbachtal. It was really good. It was really good. I'll go there this weekend. Yes. I'll have to go. Never had the mind for it. It was so good. Is Cologne near Frankfurt? No. Well, you can get there by train. It's still like a bit of a way. I mean, I'm Canadian. Anything that takes less than 8 hours is a day trip, so I would say yes, it's near, but if you walk, prepare for the suspicious forest stroll. Yes, the forest is a bit spooky, but it was, God, it was really good. It was really good. The pasta's really good. They had wine. Everything was super duper cheap, and the service was great. And yeah, the salmon was so fresh. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's Niederhausen. Yeah. It was really good. I was dying. Everyone was so old, it was like old person secret. Yep. 8 hours in Germany usually means you're leaving the country. I had one person when I made a comic about Pint saying that she wished she had more historical things near her and she lives in England. The person was like, that's only 10% of the population in England. Like, that's only where the rich people live. It takes 6 hours to get to anything historical. And I was like, wow, 6 hours to get to something that's like 1,000 years old? I had to fly internationally for more than 9 hours. It was like 9.5 hours. I had to fly internationally over the ocean to get to anything near that. Oh, it's so difficult. Oh, 6 hours? You mean the next city over? Yeah. Goodness gracious. Yeah, but the pasta was really good. Grave also got pasta. Yeah. 6 hours doesn't even get you to the next major city in Canada. For real. Like, if I wanted to drive from Calgary to Vancouver, that's like 15 hours. And 2 mountain ranges. In 5 hours, we could get to Edmonton. And you can't even take a train. There's no train for it. Edmonton is historical alcoholism. That's what it is in Alberta. Anyways, here's more of Town Epstein. This I took while we were walking back to the train station after we had our really, really good pasta. The pasta was really good. Oh my god, that I'm still thinking about it. The salmon was, god, amazing for so cheap. Dang. Yummy. Anyways. No relation. And here's Frankfurt. So, for those of you that are German, or, well, probably not, because you probably went to bed already, or you have terrible sleep habits, or you're not in Germany currently, or you're gonna comment on this VOD later to be like, DM! Ja. So, Graveweaver and I's Frankfurt Hotel. Was a 3-minute walk from the Hauptbahnhof. So when I was posting about being in Frankfurt, and 90% of the comments were like, oh, just stay away from the main station. Stay away from the main station. Me and Grave were just like, we're at the main station. But also, okay, Krefeld, cursed, weird, top of a apartment complex hotel building that has no laundry. Free breakfast. Sankt Goar. Tiny town. Reserve your type of bread. Free breakfast. Frankfurt Hotel. Lowest quality breakfast I have thus far seen. 17 euros. Did you get robbed? The hotel certainly tried. Garbage hotel with lights that don't stay on. Like, you're telling me your hotel, German hotel, no Frühstück. I would have been fine with just having like tea, no coffee in the morning, but that's pretty German. That's pretty German. Not gonna lie. You usually have your coffee with your bread in the morning. No pretzel, no cheese. German limitations, please understand, is for the desperate who didn't plan. No, the hotel just doesn't give you breakfast. That's insane. It's Frankfurt. It's basically German cyberpunk. It's where the corpos rule. Speaking of that, okay. So it's a hotel in the crackhead area in the crackhead city. Well, I'm sorry, they didn't give me any crack for free. If we're gonna keep the crackhead theming, well, they better give me crack if they're not gonna give me breakfast. That would at least stop the appetite. But no, I wake up, I'm hungry, no food. Everybody's like, oh, we only take cash. I would have been happier if they gave me crack. I could have traded it for a breakfast to one of the people outside. Anyways, dude, I got offered cocaine for the first time ever last night. Oh, hi, Juniper. I've been offered a couple times. There's a couple of bars that I like to go to that I've gone to the bathrooms in there and I got offered cocaine. They were nice. No food, no crack, can't have nothing in Frankfurt, for real. I said no. I usually say, I have always said, no, usually, I never say yes to cocaine. So yeah, we go to there's a new law coming in where you're gonna be required by law to accept credit card payments. That would be nice. There were some interesting food places. We didn't get skewers.
Having fun out there.
About to say usually. We were gonna get skewers, but the skewers only accepted a payment system called GeoCard. So, anyways, the first night that we were in Frankfurt, first day we were in Frankfurt, we decided that we were going around, walking around just like the past Goethe's house area. So like the big shopping area where the opera house is, and Grave was like, I want to see the opera house. So we're walking around and we hear loud noise. Do you know what was happening on a random Wednesday evening when Grave and I deigned to visit historical landmark buildings in Frankfurt? The corporate downtown Frankfurt, most annoying, blocking everyone as possible.
Another month.
Marathon.
Another joke. What did Ifrit say when he wiped the party? Nailed it.
There was a marathon blocking all access to that park and the opera house. And it was just a whole bunch of corporate people. So there's a whole bunch of people in like Nike branded stuff being like, run together with us. Like, no, not that. No, Ben, no, like the corpos, like these were corporate people running through it. And then like, of course I told my Discord and some people were like, oh, haha, my CEO is running in that. And I was like, tell your CEO to jump off a building because Grave wanted to see the opera house. Okay. That was like the one thing that we were in Frankfurt and she wanted to see. And we couldn't go there. Because they had the corpos running, and then they had this really annoying German man on the loudspeaker laughing at all the corpos running. Worst thing was the marathon was more or less an hour long per person, give or take 20. Yeah, so we were like stuck there. We were trying to find out if there was any way that we could have like snuck underneath, but the entire area was just completely blocked off. I hate Frankfurt. We just wanted to go to the opera house, okay? And then the next day, when we were possibly round 2 to go to the opera house, was when the torrential rain was happening. And so I was wearing Vessies. Not sponsored, I just like the shoes. They're waterproof. And I was like, if I'm gonna be on a trip somewhere that there's possibly gonna be a deluge of water, I am going to wear my Vessies, because I like my Vessies. There were literally fences. Yeah, they were fenced in. They fenced in the corpo so you could watch the dogs run, and we could not get past it. There wasn't even like a way to get through it. The whole thing was fenced off. Horrible. Anyways, and then the deluge of water was happening, and so me and Grave were like, you know what, let's just go back to the hotel, wait for water to pass. Then we were gonna go and get food poisoning by getting skewers, but the place only accepts cash or that debit card thing. And so I went with me and Grave, rested for a bit, and then we went into the Frankfurt Hauptbahnhof, and I went to McDonald's, and I got myself a veggie burger, and they forgot to give me ketchup with my meal. Are the Vessies breathable? Yeah. Because the waterproof part for it is the weave of it. So air can get through, but the water doesn't. So yeah, that was like our last dinner in Frankfurt was I had McDonald's. GeoCard is our normal bank card. Well, it sucks. It's stupid. I hate Frankfurt. I went to Frankfurt once on a flight transition, but I thought it was in France because I misread the ticket. I was really confused. Oh, that's what happened to Choco Jacks on our trip there. On behalf of Germany, I wish to apologize for Frankfurt. I swear they don't represent us. Oh yeah, no, everything else was great except for Frankfurt. Hate Frankfurt. This is probably the most accurate you know what? This is what you feel like when you go to Frankfurt. You're that guy being crushed under the weight of how much this city sucks.
Oh damn, you just had bad experiences for Frankfurt.
No. Garbage. I got begged for money from people randomly. We had some random guy that he was very polite, to be fair, who came in and tried to beg for us for money as well, where we didn't have cash because we're both like, we couldn't get skewers. We didn't have cash. And then I said like, no, sorry, like, and he went, warum? And he looked really sad. And then we got on one of the trains and we were just like, oh, it looks like it's pretty empty down there. Let's walk down there. We start walking down there. Very sour smell because somebody threw up on the train. Not train. Yeah, on the train. Yeah, on the train. Threw up on the train. So we were like, ew, this is really gross, actually. We need to turn around and leave. So. Garbage. And then. I'm gonna swear. I'm gonna swear. Okay, I'm gonna swear. Okay? You know? So, okay, Frankfurt Airport. Frankfurt Airport. In the international airport for Frankfurt, okay? All but like 3 gates have regular go through the tunnel thingy to get on the plane. This bitch-ass fucking airport, every single time I have gone through it, I have had to go on the stupid-ass bus. And then you have to get on the bus, crammed full of other people. It doesn't matter what your zone number is. It doesn't matter if you booked in advance so that you have a different zone. No, everybody's crammed on the bus. Doesn't matter anymore. And you're stuck on this bus. You have to go out there. And as a last final insult, we had torrential rain, so the plane was delayed yet again because we all had to sit inside of the bus with a whole bunch of people that have not understood that they need to bathe before they go on a flight. I have gone through the Frankfurt airport for departures 3 times. Every single time, it has been absolute dog water. I hate Frankfurt. Frankfurt hates me. It is mutual. Cramped, rained on, trapped in the smell box. But here's our nice guy that was giving us the tour of Castle Epstein. Where do fewer people shower? Frankfurt Airport or Recon? Frankfurt Airport. There's the issue, Condor. That was the only option. And I've been on other flights. I've been Lufthansa as well, and I still had to take the peasant bus. The vomit train added a touch of culture to the experience, yeah. I was also on Condor and got the normal boarding. Yeah, Grave got normal boarding. She had normal entry for her flight. Me? No. This is the guy that worked at IBM for 30 years. He's very nice. Yeah, no, I hate Frankfurt. Like every single time, every like horrible train experience, every bodily fluid experience that happened, it was all Frankfurt. All of the terrible food, Frankfurt. One place in the UK, I was standing at a bus stop and someone had been sick at it. A year later, the stain was still there. Dang. Now we know never go back. You know what? I will take the not straight shot flight. I will simply fly to somewhere else and then transfer so I don't fly into Frankfurt. I spent more than an hour roaming aimlessly in that hell because no staff spoke English. Oh, jeez. Fly to Dusseldorf? Well, unfortunately, since it was Dokomi time, flying into Dusseldorf was a little bit crazy. One of Graves' Artist Alley friends had to transfer in Lisbon? Cursed airport as well. Don't fly to Lisbon. Don't transfer in Lisbon. That, whoo. She could fly to Brussels, maybe. You know what I would rather do? I would rather just fly to like a nicer airport in a country that borders Germany, and then just like take the train. Just like go across border. Just do that. Just do that way. I would rather do that. Do Brussels near me. Yeah, I would rather do. You know what? Land somewhere else in Europe and then take the train. I like the train. You know what? People are like, oh, the ICE train it's really expensive and it's late, blah, blah, blah. No. If your ICE train is like 2 hours late, like me and Graves was, you just get a notice that says, you're free to use your ticket on any of the trains you want to, actually, because we were so late. So we actually managed to get onto the train that was earlier than our train was originally scheduled for, because that one had also been delayed. But now we had free going on any of those trains. So we actually arrived to Krefeld earlier than we expected to. It was great. I loved it. Messes up seat reservations though, sadly. Grave paid for a seat reservation. I didn't. There was nobody on the train. Yes, when we were going through the trip planning though, like Grave was like, I'm taking this train. And so I was like, because I was delayed when I was like going through my booking for stuff, because I had people visiting and I was double checking stuff. And so I look on that and I go, Grave, I think this train ticket you have is for 5 a.m. Because I'm looking at the drop down and this is 24-hour time. No refunds, by the way. So Graven accidentally booked her train for well before she was going to make it. And then we rebooked. I didn't book, she had just booked her spot and I hadn't booked mine yet. But the other thing with that one, whichever site was using with the booking, if you got a reserved seat, it would just randomly assign you one. You couldn't choose. So that was also a bit hecked up. Like, there was no one on the train. Yeah, so we just didn't need to reserve. No reason to. Reservation is worth it though, because DB does overbook their trains. Not this one. Frankfurt to Dusseldorf, empty. Seems to be a problem with the site you chose it on, because I can just choose it. Well, that's another problem with the German stuff, because when you search up how to do things, you get like 10 different websites and 5 different apps that all offer to do the same thing. Local German trains were a bit cursed. Well, okay, so when we were doing our Duisburg trip part, when we took our Duisburg train part, so the night before was we had not the night before, but 2 nights prior, yeah. No, yeah, the night before. We had the dinner with the other artists that are at Dolkumi, and one of them was another German person, and so we were like, okay, we need to be able to ride the train to get to Duisburg, but the app would not let us buy the tickets. Because if you tried to use Apple Pay, it would crash the app. And we only needed to go a couple of stops, so we were just like, you know what, we're just gonna, it's an honor-based system. We'll just make sure that because we're taking the Krefeld Opum station, and it's Sunday, so everything else is closed, so we don't really have any way to like buy anything separate, right? We didn't notice where the ticket machine was, because there was a ticket machine, but it was only on one of the platforms, and we had a time crunch to get there. So we're trying various different apps. Every time you try to open Apple Pay, it crashes the app, so you can't buy the tickets. We have the app installed, trying to register through it. Some of the things are saying to register stuff. It only costs 60 euros if you get caught. Exactly. So we were just like, okay, we should be fine. Get on the train. Goes one. Ticket inspector. On the entire trip, Grave and I only saw ticket inspectors on the regular trains twice. So, she was a girl. So, I had pointed out on the sign that it said that it's 60 euros if we don't have a ticket. Failed the luck check. Yup. Because we were going to transfer to another train, but we were going to buy the tickets at the actual train stop there because it was a major station. We were going to buy at like Duisburg so that we could get the other tickets there, right? So I had figured out just before getting on the train that I could directly input my credit card information and buy a ticket. So I did buy my ticket. So I was like, I'm okay. Chocojax is frantically inputting her credit card information while the person is checking these tickets. She gets hers in. Grave is trying to enter hers in, hits Apple Pay, crashes the app. Pint has no internet access. Did she speak English? No. So she gets over. She scans Chocojax's ticket. She scans my ticket. She gets to Grave. Grave has no ticket. She does not speak English very well. So, we're trying to explain. She's trying to buy the ticket. The app crashes. Like, we were trying to buy Apple products. Nope. Thread, this is the app itself. The app crashed multiple times when we were just like navigating through it. Did you operate DM translation services? If there is anything that possibly could encounter a fee or something, I am not going to let the staff know that I have any level of understanding of that language. Because on the off chance that I mistranslate something, I'm gonna get gotten for it, okay? So, Grave is like, no, like it crashes, like tries to do the Apple Pay thing, app crashes again right in front of the lady, and she's like looking a bit frustrated. She's like, it's 60 euros. And Grave is like, I'm trying to buy it. It's not buying. It has the option for the Apple Pay on that. Like if you are having issues with your app on that, then you need to remove that option or put something else in there that you can do that on. And then Pint is just like, no internet, because she was on like an internet-only SIM card thing. Both Grave and her were, but Pint's was like, didn't have very good service at all. And this lady is like, okay, where are you guys going? And we're like, we're going to Duisburg. Couldn't she use credit card? Yeah, but that requires like a whole bunch of entry on things. And she didn't have that like ready to go. So, this lady so kindly, because obviously you can tell that there was some issue between like paying for the thing. You have two people in this group. I tried credit and I got like one thing wrong and it crashed. Yep. The app continued to crash. It's not a good app. It kept crashing. After the fact, backseating. Yep. It's a very German thing to blame the person instead of the app when we were there, like, trying to get through it. We got the one ticket checker in Germany that would let us go. We used the Deutsche Bahn app. Yes. Yeah, Grave turned to the lady. And she went, I'm sorry, I'm a dumb American, very stupid. And the lady goes, no, not stupid. And so she let them buy the tickets through her and got the physical tickets. So Grave bought hers and Pints. And then the lady realized that she had accidentally charged for 3 people instead of 2. So then she was trying to figure out how she could refund the ticket back. And this poor lady seemed to be like, so, yeah, failed the luck check, charisma check, passed with flying colors. Passed with flying colors. Everyone panicking on the train, yep. And then, of course, we were just like, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And so, successfully got through. Everybody paid for their stuff properly. When we got to Duisburg, because this is what we were intending to do the entire time, we found an actual, like, ticket stand vendor that is staffed by a person that works at the train station so that we could tell them specifically where we wanted to go and where we needed to go back so that we could just buy our tickets that way, because the machines, when you put them into English mode, do not work very well. Because we were trying to do that, and that one didn't make sense. And it didn't give you good drop downs and things were not like in like order and such. The machine, if you put it into English mode, very slow, doesn't work right. If that happens again, you might have a chance to cancel the fine when you complain to support and explain what happened. Yeah, but that would require like additional stuff. Actual staff not closed. It was so in Duisburg there is the Duisburg Hauptbahnhof. There is a there's like a bookstore, and in the back part of it, it had an actual like rail counter, information counter thing that you could buy a ticket. So it was, that's what we intended to do. That's what we wanted to do in the first place. So we went and got the tickets from the girl there, and we got our tickets so that we could like leave and come back again, no problem. We wanted to pay for our tickets. It was just almost impossible. That was the problem, because Krefeld sucks. She spoke English. I was so happy. Yes. We just told her we're going here. Can we also buy our tickets to go home? So, because that's what we did, and it worked out great. No problems. And then after that, Grave and I were able to get the monthly subscription Deutschland ticket, which circumvents all of that issue. It was very interesting when we had people telling us about it. If it was prorated, that would be great. Yeah, we could have gotten the ticket. I wish the Deutschland ticket wasn't like restricted per month. It'd be better if you buy it in like a 30-day chunk instead. Because otherwise, we would have just bought that, and we would have just used that the entire time that we were on the trip for the entire duration, because we were there for 10 days, 11 days, but you can't do that. It's only per the month, right? Have to pay 60 for 3 days worth? Ain't no way. There's no reason to use that. Deutschland ticket is slowly getting murdered. It's really sad. The thing was awesome when it first came out. So it was really funny. When I was using my phone, because I paid for international roaming with mine. I paid for a ticket plan thingy. I think it was like 40 Canadian, and I can use all of my own internet limits and everything, and it just throws me to whichever provider in Germany they have partnered with for my phone. So really easy on that. However, every time that we connected to Wi-Fi, like hotel Wi-Fi, so I would be browsing Reddit on my phone, and then I would stop as soon as the stupid pop-up said to install the app, because I'm not going to install Reddit. It's a website. Let me stay on it. But every time I connected to hotel Wi-Fi, it put Reddit into German. So, the Ich Eil, I don't know what that one is. Is it just like memes for German people? How good are the German memes? Some of them I didn't understand, but some of them, oh, me IRL. Oh, is it? Is that what that is? Dang, I did not figure that out. I was like, what the aisle is? What the heck is that? So it was, there were memes about people like with their buying the train ticket, the Deutschland ticket on the last day of the month on accident. It's me IRL. Yes, it's translated. No, because me underscore IRL, then it would still be IR. It has an underscore. Im echten Leben, that is German only. That's a different one. Yeah, so it was... I would just like, in the evenings when we were on our we would just be browsing our phones a bit. I'd be going on German Reddit being like, ooh. And so like one of the things was an American was asking how Germans knew that they were an American tourist. And the person, like all the responses from people were being like, yeah, they're really loud. And they'll let us know. Yeah, stuff like that. So it was just going through there and just like scrolling through and being like, ooh, German Reddit. Target demographic for the Deutschland ticket are people using public transit to get to work. That's why it's subscription only for the whole month. Yeah, okay, so you want to know how it works in Japan? So in Japan, if you have public transit that you're using to get to work, you have a specific IC card that you buy that is rated for the stations that you are starting at and ending at, so that it's not $1 bajillion because it doesn't cover the entire rail system. And you also set what the time limit terms are for it. So usually what people do is for like a 3-month period or a 6-month period based off of if you know if you are going to be going on a vacation or not. They're monthly by calendar, not from the moment of purchase. Germany, why? Monthly by the moment of purchase. So if you buy it on the last day of July, you just spent 60 euros for the last day of July. There are forces actively working against our public transit system to be good. Now, I will say though, the German rail system is far better than the Canadian one, at least. Far better than the Canadian one, at least. Because yes, I do have a train. There is a train here in Calgary. It's only in Calgary. It does not go to the airport. You can go north, northwest, south, southeast. That's it. How do you get to the airport then? Uber. In Switzerland, it's 30 days after the moment you buy it. Yeah, that's what it should be like. Not east. Nope, doesn't go east. They've been discussing for the past, like, 20 years about building a train line that goes east. Surely buses go to the airport from major train/metro hubs. So, we don't have any train hubs, because there's 2 train lines. You get the red line, and you get the blue line. And that's it. There is no hub. There is no hub. There's one stop. There's like 2 or 3 stations that have a handful of buses that go to them. But yeah, there are buses that go to the airport, but they don't go directly to the airport. They're local buses, so you have to ride for like hour and a half to get to the train. Get to the bus, no train. I mean, what's in East Canada anyways? No, Vari. Not East Canada. East City. The train does not leave the city. Also, the main... We have these 2 really big malls that would be great if the train went to them? They don't. The train would be scared outside the city. Yes. At least Edmonton LRT can finally go to the mall. I mean, like, the Calgary one can go to one of the malls, but, well, okay, yeah, the Edmonton Mall is, like, what, the 5th largest in North America? The train does go there now. They just added that after 50 years. Most of the Canadian rail lines are either freight or abandoned. Or, if you want to take the Canadian rail across Canada, you can, for the low, low price of $3,000 for your train ticket. One way. I beg your finest pardon. Yeah, so if you want to go, it's a luxury train. Yes. What a deal. Sounds like a romantic slow tourist train trip. Yes, that's what it is. Yes. $3,000 one way, 12 days. Yes. And that's if you're lucky and you can find the $3,000 tickets. Most of the ones that are actually available in general time periods are going to be 5 to 6K. And it takes 12 days. Yes. And then they drop you off in Toronto and then they're like, have fun getting back. Can you sleep on it, or are hotels extra? You do get a sleeping car, so you do get a little tiny train bed. Yes. I didn't know we had it that good in Germany. Yep. So if you want to go to another town, if you want to go to another town, one of my friends recently had to take the bus from Edmonton to Calgary. And on this bus, an elderly man who would smoke at every single stop stole her seat. So then she couldn't sit anywhere else. And then there was a lady that was in a tracksuit that had her shoes off that was on the phone telling the maids how to clean the house the entire 4-hour trip. And people with like playing music loudly on their phone and stuff, and you're just trapped on the bus with them. That's the option. And then it drops you off in an unpaved parking lot. Where did you spend your vacation? Yeah, if you're gonna be taking the the Canadian rail across Canada, that is your vacation. You're not actually going anywhere. That's so wild, yeah. Ooh, my favorite kind of parking lot, yeah. Vancouver to Toronto is 3 times a week. Good luck. Yeah, so as much as I gripe about the Canadian, well, about the German rail lines that we were on, still better than Canada. You know? It was still better than Canada. Wait, this picture was clear when I showed it before. Bruh. Oh, this is what I said I was gonna come back to. Okay, so I was sharing pictures of the Duisburg Landschaft Park, right? And Dio goes, wait. I recognize this place. How's that even possible? DB sucks. Limoya? My train, my city's train, is only in the city. It does not connect to any external cities. It also does not go to the airport. It goes north and south, northwest and southeast. In the city only. That's it. So, the German rail line is far superior, because despite the delays, despite all of those other things, at least you can take the train across the country. Then why is it a train and not a tram? Wow, never said anything, my bad. Yup. Yeah, so this is, DealFest recognized the park that I was in because of that. At least it exists, yep. It says, yeah, German fan movie. Why is this not showing pretty now? Well, this one still shows pretty, that's fine. Is Canada bigger than Germany, though? Yes. California is larger than Germany. I think, California is 17% larger? No, wait, Alberta's 17% larger than Germany, and then California's like 5% larger than Germany. Just the state of California. But I will counter that any people that are like, oh, but Alberta bigger than Canada bigger than there are extremely rural train lines running through China, all right? They also have slave labor. Yeah, we have oil and gas. It's pretty much the same thing. Don't get started on California infrastructure. No, the thing is, the crazy thing with Calgary is that people have been wanting to get the train to get to the airport, but it gets blocked. Like, there are private companies that are like, hey, let us do this. And they're like, no. There's a whole bunch, there's tons of kerfuffles, but I'm not gonna get into like political stuff in depth on there because that's not what we're here for. Alberta is 85% larger than Germany. Oh. Okay, then I guess California is 17% larger. The state of California on its own, land-wise, is 17% larger than Germany. Alberta is 85% larger than Germany. Yeah, so it's a little bit... Albertosaurus. I just wish if we had a train that went to the airport, I would be really happy. That's the main thing. I would like a train to the airport. That's all I want. Vancouver has a train to the airport. Toronto has a train to the airport. Edmonton Airport isn't even in Edmonton, so we can discount that. But a train there would be nice too. But like, Calgary... Calgary should really have... How far is a walk to the airport? Borderline impossible. Like, it'd be really nice to have a train to the airport. I'm just saying. It wouldn't be that bad. It's not even that far of a distance. They should, like, it would be nice. The airport is Mordor, I got it. Yep. Throw tomatoes on people who block it, yeah. I can take a train to the airport from across the country. Must be nice! I love train to airport. Because then you just have to worry about getting to the stop for the train. Problem is, the only train to the Toronto airport is between the busiest and worst station from central downtown. It still goes there! I would much rather add on an additional, like, 1 to 2 hours to get to the airport than to have to shell out $50 to take an Uber. Crazy Dio. I just want a train to the airport. What about a bus to the airport? Is that an option? Okay, so the buses to the airport have really, really, really horrible schedules and also take, like, I did take one of the buses to the airport because I had an auntie and uncle visiting me, and they wanted to meet up from the airport to go from there. And the most direct bus line to the airport that I was able to take took an hour and a half. Because they don't have like expedited buses to the airport. Considering the train prices in Canada, it might still be $50. Not if it's connected to the Calgary rail. Because if it's on the Calgary, because we have our Calgary, whatever we call our transit system. The Calgary Transit has like set prices. So even if it were to be like a specific price, it would most likely be like C-Train, that's what it's called. It'd probably be like $10 maximum. Imagine the buses don't have dedicated lanes through the city. That'd be nice. German train networks are based on what was built in the network of the late 1800s. We're still running some... Okay, you want to know something crazy? Canada had a bunch of train lines. We had rail lines. Thought you had a car, DM? Yes. What's a bus lane? Buses just go on the road with everyone else, yes. What do you mean you had train lines? Where'd they go? They took them away. Not Grave, but Valtzy and I went to a ghost town. Because it became a ghost town in 1990. Because that was when the train line stopped going to that town. This is literally the plot of Cars. They gestures vaguely. No, it's a lot of automotive and then like taxi companies as well have put blocks for getting the train lines going to places where they could be making money off of it. So, like, yeah, we had a lot of rail lines. There's actually historical, like, Calgary historically had better rail line connections throughout the city. And then they removed those. Like, because it didn't work with how they wanted the city layout to change and with cars and everything as well. Oh, is this last picture? I forget where we are on the timeline. This one, we have gone through the pictures. I shared 144 of them. AKA wanted more roads and taxis, yes. But yes, I will always argue in favor of trains because I like trains. Did you share the Dokumi loot pic? I did put it on Twitter. Oh, they suffered from the California derealization thing too. Yeah. I like trains. They're convenient. I like it when there's like when the train stations take you near places where there's food and drink, because that way you can be a safe consumer of alcohol, because you can just like take the train back over, you know? Sadly, trains are a fixed cost that no one wants to pay when it comes to transporting people. I would be fine with paying it. I would be fine with being taxed so I could take train stuff. Well, there's still passenger rail into Halifax. It doesn't stop at the airport, despite the airport being on the way and outside city limits. I hate that. I like trains. I want more trains. I just want a train to the airport, please. I want my trains to go to the airport. I want the trains to go to the city. And I want my money to go to the city infrastructure and the airport. Here's my Dokumi loot. We need merch that says tax me about my train, something to advocate. Please! Anyways, this is my Dokumi merch. Well, my Japan trip and Dokumi merch. Not Japan, Germany. Starting to get tired. Is that a Ricola Dokumi haul? Well, this is Dokumi in Germany. Ricola, you gotta go back to the start of the stream when I was talking about figuring out that I was terribly, terribly allergic to everything. How much are taxis in Canada anyways? To get from the airport to downtown with a taxi in Calgary, that's $80. Oh, not taxis, taxes? I think it's like 20%. I don't remember. Not that much merch? Yes. For a reason. Okay, Dokumi, we only went one day. I was dying with allergies. Here's to praying you get a car. I have a car. It's just... The train would literally need to just add 2 more lines and then cars would not be necessary for stuff unless I need to get out of the city. Chat, please. I know, right? Yeah, let's hang on a sec. Oh, okay. It's... Hang on a minute. Okay, so you have your provincial tax, which is 10 to 15%. And then you have your federal tax, which is 23% to 48%. And then you have, if you own property, then you have property taxes. We have a 5% sales tax, though, and no provincial sales tax. So a lot of people like to buy stuff in Alberta. So... if you make up to $61,000 a year, it's 8%. 61 to 154 is 10%. 154 to 185 is 12. It caps out at 15% if you're 370 and higher. And then there's a bunch of other ones. But the provincial taxes are the ones that hit you. Around 40%? Yeah. And it goes to nothing. Because our water mains keep breaking. Anyways, so yes, I discovered that I was horribly allergic to pollen in Germany, and I didn't realize that. So that's why I have a whole bunch of Ricola, because I thought that my cold was getting worse. So that happened. So that's why there's Ricola. The asparagus peeler was from Lazy, and it is a left-handed peeler, and I did use it, and it worked very well. And then I have, at the bottom, there's 3 different allergy medicines, and I have a very normal-sized Rittersport. And I got a Apfelwein and glass and a Bembel, which those 3 things there on the left side there are very, going to Dokumi probably didn't help with the sickness. Well, the thing is I wasn't actually sick anymore. I didn't have the sore throat anymore. It was literally allergies. But it was such bad allergies that I was, like, crying and constant flow of snot and sore throat and coughs from the irritation in the air. Oh, the tightness of people in the heat. Yeah, the heat also did not help. It was like 30 degrees outside and it was like 35 inside. So that was a lot. The little Rhine guidebook I got covers Rheinfels, the castle that we were on, and and Lorelei, and Mouse and Cat. So I got those. I miss Rittersport. Ben, you can buy Rittersport. You go to the store that we went to. They had a whole Ben! They had like 25 different Rittersport. And your almond doodler drink. They have you can get, it's literally right there, Ben. It tastes different in Germany. No, it doesn't. Ben. Anyways, I got a very normal sized Rittersport, and then I got merch that was gifted to me from Lazy that he had amassed over a year, and then I got the little keycap things with has Horschafont and Estinian and Sir Amaric, and I put those on my keyboard. The reason why there's 3 Dancing Green stickers was I was just going to buy 1 Dancing Green sticker, but the artist didn't have change for that. She can't be the only one that rage baits. I get to have a turn 2. What a messed up day. And I got stickers, and then the Zane cosplayer picture in the upper right, that is my friend Gehe. That I got to meet in person finally. Yeah, so not too many things purchased. I was surprised. I didn't actually buy too much stuff. But also the euro being as expensive as it was, I would buy something and then I would get notified from my credit card and it would be like I had a pastry and a coffee and it was 13 euros, okay? I had a nice pastry and a nice coffee, a big coffee, okay? 13 euros, okay? Credit card notification. Charged for $23. So no, I did not go shopping all that much in Germany because the euro and Canadian dollar exchange rate is really bad right now. 600 euros is more than 1,000 Canadian. Need to go to Spain where coffee is like 2 euros? That's still expensive, Ben. That's gonna be like 4 Canadian. 13 euros for that is a lot. It is a lot, but it was in the airport, so I was kind of, you know. Yeah, it was 40% more expensive. So, I'll just go to Japan. At least sometimes a lot of times yen and Canadian dollar like on, or even, so I can look at it and be like, oh, 2,000 yen? Oh, 20 bucks, okay. Good news, tomorrow we go back to Dark Souls. Yay! Dark Souls, yippee! Yeah, it was 40% more expensive with my currency, so. Goodness gracious. You know what? If Twitch paid me in euros, I'd be so happy right now. Some of the things that were not listed, I did buy souvenirs for friends. So I did buy some liquor. I got a little St. Gore ceramic tray that had, you know, like the ones that have like the landscape work on it. Yeah. Airports are notoriously bad places to buy stuff. Yes, but also the other option was to buy in Frankfurt Hauptbahnhof, and that's also expensive. So either way. And dangerous, yeah. Oh no, side shot. Twitch pays me in USD, so it's been pretty nice the past couple of years. I usually look at the amount and go like, and then I get the Canadian dollar exchange rate on it and I'm go, yippee! Money saving mode for the next few weeks, months? Well, unfortunately, Anime Expo is coming up, so that's gonna be my next yikers. So. But then after that will be my this is why I make my food at home, guys. This is why I make my coffee at home. Like tonight I'm going to make myself a nice pizza. I'm gonna make some ricotta from scratch. I'm gonna make a nice pizza. Sounds like it's time for another RimWorld-a-thon. Yippee! Hey guys, you should buy the No merch. It just, I just added it to the cup looks really cool. Like, you can make ricotta from scratch. Yeah, it's really easy. All you need is milk and citric acid or lemon juice. Here, I can, where is it? Look, guys. Important question before I pass out. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make some ricotta and then peanut butter coffee I got from the coffee roaster I sent you coffee from last year is really good. Wait, I never realized you never give me a way to send me. Oh, I'll get that. Do you prefer yaoi or yuri? I like het slop. If the relationship is written into the story in a way that is just like good story writing, I'm fine with it. Like that's where it's at. Wow, on Pride, I like green yuri because I enjoy the writing for that one. And I like Olrugio and Keyfree because of the writing on it. I don't specifically seek out unless I like the story and the concept for it. Cutesy or horrible is the question. For my head slop, I want it to be horrible. I've had head slop where like, the guy finally realizes that he likes the girl, but she hates him to death and tells him to keep on living, and live with his crimes, and then she kills herself, and then he just dies sadly alone. I like when... What's het slop? Where is it? Oh, not that button. Whoopsies. Oh, I don't have one of the toggles for the book set up. No, het slop is my trashy Korean romance manhwa. Did you see Katy Cat and Fufu by any chance? Nope, didn't get a chance to. I was only at Dokumi for one day, so I didn't, and I was also not doing great, so. Tay. Not the censorship. Another Dokumi next year? What, it's in July? Oh yeah, Flowers of Allure? Yeah. Telling an amnesiac serial killer that he's actually your husband when he's not, and hoping that he doesn't kill you. That one's good. It's Pride, it's the law. Yeah, no, when it comes to my like tragic, horrible, fictional writing stuff, I prefer it to be het slop because there's plenty of happy straight people in the world, and there's a lot of sadness when it comes to a lot of the Yuri and the Yaoi stuff is just tragic for the sake of being tragic. So I like my gays to be happy in my fiction. And it's very difficult to find ones that are just like cute happy. There is one that's called Stretch, which is a Yuri one that's a pretty good one as well. It's about two girls that are roommates and one of them is a yoga instructor. Cute cup, thank you. Is there any chance of a Dokomi meet and greet in the future? If they want me to be there in person, they're gonna need to get more air conditioning. I still really want that art on a mug. I could make a mug. Same mug you put the whiskey art on? I could, yeah. Review at AX then. I did have the AX one. Roommates, you say? Yeah. AX is always miserable. It's the one con I refuse to go to. I like AX as an attendee. I did have a meet and greet with Omona, which was fairly warm, but it was in the vendors hall, so it wasn't as bad as the limited oxygen artist alley. Good night, Kira. As a boother, I would never. There's a person that regularly goes to AX and they have an oxygen monitor and they just post what the oxygen levels are in the artist alley because the artist alley is in a sectioned off part of the parking garage. So it does not have good airflow and it actually does have detrimentally low amounts of oxygen levels. Yeah. You were also in your full hoodie and techwear outfit. Yeah, that made it a bit warm. And gloves. A little bit warm. Just a little bit warm. The artist alley in AX is evil. Yeah, but there's so many good things for sale. There's so many good things for sale. I love artist alley. You know what I like to do with AX? So I pay attention to when Omona announces what her AX merch is going to be. And then I message her and I circle everything that I want and I tell her what sizes I want. And then I just go and pick it up from her. I tabled once and there was an open sewage grate. We had to put boxes on top of the hole to stop the smell from fuming up. Yeah, that sounds like AX. If you're an artist, you're in hell. Favoritism? Yes, in fact. Because Omona is my friend, and I check in on her, and she's currently dying because every single time that she's prepping for AX, it's absolute misery for her. I liked wandering AX last year, but that's mostly the company I had. Was it? For those of you that don't know, AX is when Ben and I started dating, so we're gonna be 1 year. Soonj. Y'all can't see the artist alley tables, but they're literally slabs of lumber on stilts, not sanded, covered in splinters. Nice. Poor Omana, I hope she makes many money. She's been doing good. Soonj, yeah. That's when you two had your first date, right? Yep. I panicked because I thought Ben was going to be busy on the Thursday and invited him to an art gallery. So he said yes to the art gallery, and then it turned out that the art gallery was for hentai. So that was an interesting first date. I got heavenly hentai, though. As a souvenir. I don't think that's gonna happen this year, Ben. I'm good. Take Ben to the 18+ section in Dokomi for the second date. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a heavenly gift, yeah. And then the free drinks served at the pornatorium were by a bartender that thought Apple Watches were sending negative radio waves. Yes, he claimed that he had a migraine because of the Apple Watches being worn at the event. he did not start getting the migraine until the third drink that I got, when he finally noticed that I had the watch. And then he had like a physical reaction where he was like blinking his eyes, being like, oh, the radiation. Off to a great start, yeah. What about that? Oh, Embodiment of Scarlet Devil. I put it in my calendar when it's coming out. We're gonna have a Toho stream that every time I die... Every time I die, I will take a shot. Played on extreme. You can't unlock lunatic mode until you've actually cleared it in normal, unfortunately. Wait, no, you'll die! That's the point! We also have a group of people that are afraid of barcodes in Germany. Messes up their energies or something. Please do not die. I would be terribly upset. Me dying just to make Ben upset. Ultimate rage bait. That should be an interesting stream. Drink plenty of water. I would probably gremlin stream that one, not gonna lie. Who will play 9 Souls then? Hey, listen. What we have on the docket... I thought today that maybe I might have the opportunity to play the Catechesis demo, but that is not happening because I yapped for 5.5 hours, and I would like to wind things down so that I can go make myself my pizza dough, because that takes a bit of time, because I'm aiming to eat my dinner at like 6:30ish, so. Fresh pizza! Yeah, I gotta make the pizza dough. And I gotta make the ricotta and everything, which I should have time. The pizza dough routine takes 1 hour and 45 minutes to do, and then 15 minutes to bake, so. Very optimistic plan for a game today. Well, I didn't expect to have my lovely friends joining me in the call to defend their honor, which was really funny. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be Return to Dark Souls 2. Return to Dark Souls 2 tomorrow. We'll see if I remember. What honor? Yeah, you're right. The pint story is so hilarious. Yeah. Where were you when Pint hand cleaned a toilet? Because she didn't see that there was a toilet brush. I was absolutely losing it. Oh my god. Anyways, if you missed the stream today, there is a nice long VOD for you with very funny stories that you are... I missed that. You're gonna have to watch the start of stream, because Pint and Grave both called in to talk about things that happened during the... Where do you rinse it? The sink. Oh, lordy, it was so funny. It was a good time. The main thing that was... The main frustration I had on this trip was that simply I was really allergic to the pollen, and it took so long for me to actually figure that out, because I don't usually get allergic to pollen. So... That was the main thing. That was the only thing. Sick in Frankfurt. Yeah, I hate Frankfurt. I need them to add a C into Frankfurt so I can rearrange the letters to spell out a 4-letter word. Is it worse than LA? I think LA is worse. I hate LA. I hate LA. You know what? I hate LA, but I think the people in LA are nicer than the people in Frankfurt. And I think the food is nicer. and you can find better price stuff. Actually, you know what? Frankfurt has absolute dog water Mexican food, and LA's Mexican food is cheap and delicious. So you know what? I think I do like LA more than Frankfurt. Exactly. Have a good day.
Lovely stories.
Thank you.
Shout out Pint, Grave and Choco Foxmon 2 heck yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Fox, and thank you very much for 55 months. And thank you everybody who subbed and resubbed and gifted subbed. I was, of course, yapping. I missed a whole bunch of them, but I do appreciate every single one of them. Every time I come back from a trip, I get a bit anxious about being back on stream. Ben can verify that I was like, I'm anxious. So it's nice to be back. The next upcoming going away for a bit will be for when AX comes around. I graduated when you were gone. I know, I said in the chat. I wished you a happy graduation. Congratulations. I was like, it'll be okay, and I was right. You were. How dare you? Yeah, but we'll be back to other stuff. The next time I'll be away will be for AX time, and then after that I'll be back. I don't have any like super long away times planned because I've been traveling a lot. As fun as travel is, I am verily traveled out. So anyways, I'm going to send YouTube over to Nayuta because it is Nayuta's birthday and he's doing his birthday stream. And the Twitch side is going to go to Rama. Rama and I saw the back rooms last night? Was it last night? Night before? I don't remember. We went and saw the back rooms together. Back rooms was okay. It was okay. The ending felt kind of weak. But yeah, the Obsession is better. If you want a good freak out horror movie, Obsession's really good. But also, I thought Obsession was really funny, and when I told my friends that I was laughing really hard, they were all kind of appalled and freaked out. But Obsession's really funny. I don't know. Is my sense of horror messed up? I thought Obsession was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious, and then like a good level of like spooky level. Like, no, we were having a good day. Like, it was, I don't know. Anyways, 2 weeks of no head pats. For those of you who are new here, I'm girldm. I talk a lot, and also playing more Dark Souls 2. Yippee! Every stream there's 100 head pats available. I do them with a hammer. That's why there's only 100. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 33, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 52, 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 64, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 71, 72, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 81, 82, 83, 45, 86, 87, 88, 89, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 head bonks taken care of. Looks maxing. I'm like clavicular without the drugs. I need somebody to make a clavicular VTuber model. That would be pretty funny. Anyways, have a good rest of your afternoon, evening, morning, or night, whatever time zone you are in. With the drugs. We do meth now. True! With the drugs. If you missed any of the pictures or you want to see the ones that are nicer high resolution, they're on Twitter and Blue Sky. Blue Sky, you don't have to be logged in to look at, so you can check there. Also check the merch. Also, be good or not, I'm not your mom. More gaming, bye!